All right, we're gonna try this one more time for the good time. All right, all right, so that I know is working. This I'm going to shut down because I don't need that. All right. Now I'm gonna do one more time then. Hmm. So the live chat feature's not working. All right, today I'm just gonna have to, I guess, bypass the live chat unless I want to go to StreamYards, and I really don't want to go to StreamYards. Okay. All right, so there we are in this little itsy space, sharing each other down. All right, so let me go to. I'm bummed out about my chat because I like to use my chat. So I don't know why I don't have the live chat feature. Let me come over here to tools, docs. Where's the chat? That's the chat. Docs. Let me put the chat back. Docs. Let me do one more time. Another test. It's not working. What did I do to my chat? Clear the features. Oh, I hate when I can't get something to do what I needed to do. All right. Anyway, as I was saying in the earlier session, hey, KK, what's goody? As I was saying in the earlier session, there are times when you're moving in your own space and you're moving to your own pace. And sometimes people can't seem to appreciate the direction you're going in, and you find yourself traveling backwards. This is going to be the last time I travel backwards because none of this stuff that's going on at this moment really impacts me, right? I don't know. Some of these are new players on the scene coming from, this is a consequence of the merger and or the acquisition. And since I didn't merge with nobody, I'm not going to pretend like I merged with anybody. I'm not even going to play games like this. But what I'm not going to be is disrespected. And that stands out the most for me when I look at what people say, how people are saying things, how people move, and so on and so forth. I have told people forever I am not an advocate for others. And I can't advocate for people on this platform because I don't feel the same way you feel about stuff. So I'm very, very sorry that I don't feel the same way you feel about things because the things that bother you don't really bother me. And oftentimes people don't understand that. Um, Hold up. Sometimes people don't understand that. Yes, ma'am, we are back. We are back, and I appreciate you coming back. All right. Only thing I can't do today, which sucks, is I can't deal with the chat situation. So I can't pin the chat today. Unless I turned the chat off. No, I couldn't have turned the chat off. Where's the chat? Let me put up the studio mode. Let me check this chat thing because maybe I turned the chat off. I'm not gonna worry about the chat. The people, I'll see you when I see you, and I'll say whatever I have to say when I see you, if I see you. Let me try one more time. Testing the chat. Cause this ain't all that. This ain't all that important when people are. Mm, yeah, it's dead on arrival over here. Yeah, I don't even know why that's broken down. But it's something I'm gonna have to fix. All right. So back to the regularly scheduled program. All right. So as I said, I've been working on talking on my court cases and speaking up for things. Man, I got a ton of stuff to say as it relates to what's going on in the Diddy case. The why somebody down there in Florida who's on trial for murdering his two co-partners in the rap game. Like rap is definitely on attack right now. That rap lifestyle is definitely under attack. And I can't help but make some comparisons between the Joy situation here on the internet and the P. Diddy situation happening in the courtroom. And it's because, so hear me out and hear me clearly, right? Puffy Sean Combs is on trial because he used women, basically. That's what we heard so far. He used women, and in his efforts to use them, he used them for sex. It was an agreement that they made. Um, and when people talk about it, could he be found guilty on a conspiracy? There could be a conspiracy established depending on how you look at his agreement with the women, the victims in the case, right? And there was clear prostitution going on by the use of the male exotic um dancers. How does that relate to Joy on this internet, right? Cousin Joy here. It has to deal with engaging in a sexual contract with somebody when you're having a professional relationship with them at the same time. So it's like, hey, I'm going to have a YouTube channel and I'm going to link up with you and we're going to pretend that we are a couple for the YouTube. And then when all our content is geared at getting clicks and views on the YouTube. And with that, we're gonna pull this off, right? Every step of the way and everything that I've heard around here, you can't differentiate when somebody's real life crossed over to what they were doing for clicks and views on the YouTube. And that's the most purest way I can fasten my conversation about it. I don't know who to believe at this point, right? The gentleman, Jeff, gives you his account of what happened and where the relationship started, ended, what have you, what frustrated him. Like we understand all of that. And then understanding the challenges that the relationship had. And with that, with those challenges, also came some unforeseen consequences, right? Never, I, on my last video, that was played on somebody else's video, and I heard them breaking it down, right? So that's the unspoken purpose account, right? And notice I'm calling it an account because it ain't got no face. So it don't got no place having an argument with me because we're not on level playing fields, right? You're just an avatar. Anywho, I said, once upon a crime, I have somebody close to me who says he's got intimate images. And I was like, why would you do something like that? And I've had to come back and circle back years later and ask questions as this situation has developed here on the internet. And somebody claimed an ass that a man put out here on the platform. And I'm not holding back my thoughts on stuff any longer. Because when people get to rip into me, and I get phone calls from folks saying, hey, Monica, don't go listen to what that lady has to say over there, the unspoken purpose account, because at this point, Joy had to sanction what she's saying. I hear people coming to me and saying, hey, Monica, where was Joy during your stream? But I see her over there dancing and prancing in the chat of the unspoken purpose as you're being degraded over there. I had to take a moment and take a pause, and then reality settled in when the YouTuber in Vegas got executed on the city streets. The two of them, the husband and wife, during Gemini season. Gemini season were taking out couples in twos or taking out people in twos. I had to take a moment to step back and reflect on what I was seeing and what I was experiencing. And I've come to the conclusion no one is going to stand up for anyone on here better than they can stand up for themselves. But first, you've got to be willing to have a dispute with another party. So if a woman on here believes that Monica wants the relationship of Joy that bad, that it's worth putting out, Monica, let her go, and sentiments like that, are you crazy or are you stupid? I don't hold on or cling to people because I need them. I hold on to people because they're worthy of the most experience. And people want to be part of me, right? Why would anybody maintain a relationship with somebody who doesn't want to be in a relationship with you? That's a friendship. That is in your intimate relationships. If a person is showing you that they don't care about you, if a person is showing you that they are doing things that negatively impact you, why would you want to be in a relationship with that person? You don't you I mean there's no reason to be like, "Oh, please stay. Oh, I want this to work out better than this. I want to see something different happen." No, that's not how life is. It's a season. The season for that relationship has come to an end. When there's no longer a meeting of the minds, when there's no longer mutual respect. No one should have to come up here by 40 years of age and have to explain to people that you need to separate from toxic relationships. Or maybe not that the person is toxic, but the relationship is toxic. What's holding it to you? All that bad experience. All you understand? If you are living in an unhealthy body, you will die. If you're living in unhealthy relationships, they too just fall apart. They're not healthy. And that's where I find myself at this point. When people say to me, Monica, you hear a woman um about to commit suicide or put up a video saying they sounding as if they're gonna commit suicide, right? The whole world of people that had the phone number were calling and giving, like, sympathizing, treating somebody with a kid glove. And I'm sitting around here saying, well, where we do this at? This person got thicker skin than that. Not realizing for me that it's attention seeking. I can never compete with people on here that seek attention like that. So I made a statement. I say, yo, this person is acting like Alethea. And then they get upset. I'm not Alethea. I'm not stupid. I'm not this. I'm not that. No. It's the needy part of her, wanting the attention of the YouTube people, the affection of the YouTube platform, and the love from the environment that's there. You are like her at that moment. Everything like her. And I'm saying it's a deja vu moment for me because I remember being in the middle of that, having the information that I had, that everybody else wanted to have that same information. And they were willing to speak sweet nothings into Alethea's ear to get her to come to their side, spider to the fly. They were being the spider and Alethea was being the fly. And they were saying whatever they needed to say to get her to come into the trap. So I had to take a step back. Then I hear people like Myron go live recently and say, well, Monica knew that she got her money back. And I'm saying, no, I didn't. When I was involved, no money was returned to my knowledge. No one shared with me that there was any money returned or any of those things. The only thing I know in Alethea's situation was that she really got support from the police department and put her in connection with some real support. In the Joy situation, I'm listening to the Unspoken Purpose account provide us with updates on what's going on in Joy's case. I still to this day do not believe the updates. And the reason why I'm saying I do not believe the updates because I was not privy to that same information. I believe that the Unspoken Purpose account came out here and said the things that she Joy's life as a way to antagonize the other parties. I don't believe that those are the things that were going on. And I said so. And I honestly feel like if it is true, only Joy knows the answer to that. And only Joy can eloquently advise her that way. Because when you're a bully, like Unspoken Purpose and Cottonmouth are, when you're a bully and you've already come out here and you've already told certain versions of the story, why would Joy want to make you out to be a liar when you're the only people advocating for her? I'm not advocating her situation over here. I went and I did a video that I read an article about uh revenge, about rape culture actually, and how some people view the victims of rape. And I read the article that was associated with it, and what the article said groups do, or what happens to victims in that situation. I will never be able to confirm or another woman's pain in a situation. I just can't. That's her personal experience. I can only go on what has happened to me. And I haven't shared that same experience because I don't have no former lover anybody that I laid down and spread my legs for, that took it upon himself to tell me to shut up by having to come out here and show whatever he had in his treasure trove that he collected for his own self pleasure. Relating to the Diddy case, all we saw and heard on the Diddy case was that this was for his self pleasure. Having these sex acts with these women, engaging, he basically engaged in live porn. And instead of watching it on a television screen or wherever people watch it from, he had the money and the resources and he paid to have that done in live performance. Maybe that's what the rich people do when they can live out their fantasies through people. The government is saying that living out your fantasies through other people is unlawful and they've charged him for it. Um, I see such strong connections here when people engage in relationships that are not true relationships. Well, but this is what this is what he did. That was his freaky style, right? Or his freaky lifestyle. But in the midst of it, he basically had women who believed that they were girlfriends, and that's the coerced, that's when it was being coerced into the relationship because he led them to believe that they were girlfriends when in fact he was just using them. He had other women. You understand? In the Cassie situation, he always had um the mother. Hey Sam. He always had the mother of his children, Kim Porter. And in the other lady's situation, he had I'm not doing this with you, Miss Indy, today because I don't see force and I don't see payment and I don't see where you I don't see your connection. So if you can make that more concise for me so I can see what you're saying. Um all I see in the situation at Bay, based on the evidence that's been reported by people that have come out the courtroom and the things that I've read from the transcripts that's been on that Twitter account, I didn't see anybody being forced into a relationship with him. I did see people being coerced into a relationship with him. And as I said, the women that was there in the situation. If you're going back to the hotel tape and the different things where she couldn't leave and he was beating her and doing that stuff, I, I can't equate that to being forced to have the sex at that moment or just mad that the person's leaving the person at that moment. People are negating the fact that there was extreme drug usage and establishing, did they have the mens rea to know that what they was doing at that moment was even wrong or hurtful to the next person because of being under the influence. But the jurors who sat there and heard all of the information, they're going to be the true triers of fact, and we'll see what that the guy didn't perform. He was paid. So when you take an unlawful act, like we know that a contract is only enforceable if you are engaging in a lawful act. The contract could not be enforceable because they were engaging in illegal acts, and prostitution is illegal acts. This is the first time that I've seen the pimp um do this in such a way. it, it's a unique situation that only rich people could engage in. The average person who, you know, has to pay to lay, um, probably doesn't have the experience, or it's not done in this same manner. But being that I'm not in that rich world, I can't even imagine how the sex plays out. It's not ignorance of the law. No, nothing in my statement related to ignorance of the law. What I clearly said was a contract is not enforceable when the parties in the contract are engaging in illegal activities. So if the illegal activity was to perform sex and the person was unable to perform it, there was no way to redeem the money because the contract is not a lawful contract. Their agreement is not a lawful agreement. Whenever you engage in unlawful activities, you have no remedy to get paid. So in your statement, you said it was payment. There's a problem, right? The sex worker was underpaid due to non-performance. Okay. Yeah, you're not gonna be able to see comments today. Um, it's her opinion anyway of what she's saying in the trial, and I got my opinion of what I know in terms of contract law. What I'm familiar with in contract law. Um, Another day, another dollar with the with that case. But that's a but it's not ignorance. It's not ignorance of the law. If you say something like it's ignorance of the law, on whose part is the person being who's the ignorant person? Who's the person not knowledgeable of the law? You're engaging in an illegal activity. Okay, you have an A in contract law. Excellent. And in the new way of teaching, does contract law talk about being enforceable? And is legal acts for enforce is can you enforce an unlawful act as part of a contract? That's my question. No, I want to know. Can you enforce an illegal act as part of a contract? The way I understand contracts and the way that we do it in application, you I just want to be very clear on one thing. If a person is engaging in an illegal act, right? An unlawful act is the language that they use. They don't use illegal. They say unlawful act. Is that unlawful act enforceable in a contract? Can you write in a contract something that is unlawful and hold the other party accountable? Okay, absolutely not, which is why he is wrong. But he don't owe the man no money behind it. So his refusal to pay, he didn't have to pay for something that's unlawful in the first instance. He owed a man no money. The man couldn't perform. And you know what's interesting about that dude? He wrote a book, right? And I saw him on an interview recently So that's the sex worker because I don't know what they call it, commercial sex worker. That commercial sex worker basically said, "Hey, I couldn't perform because he basically admitted that he couldn't perform. He also admitted that he didn't realize what he got himself into when he went to go testify. He requested the service for sexual acts. The guy did not perform the sexual act. So, oh, and another thing, where did they have this sexual act? Because in some states, right, the prostitution thing is legal. Like I think if you go to Nevada, but don't quote me on the state. But there are some states where you can engage in these acts and they're legal. They're just not legal in California and New York. The guy did not perform a sexual act, so Sean himself said he deducted payment. His wife, exactly. But I'm telling you, he had no obligation to pay him anyway. He, if the guy performed appropriately or underperformed, he had no obligation because there was no lawful contract to even pay him in the first place. The company then replied to him and told him that his job was not to perform in the first place. So basically, he told on himself. That is true. It is legal in Nevada. I think the girls have to be tested every month. Yeah, there's a process in Nevada. Um, at the end of the day, the things that occurred in a Diddy case, in terms of because everybody's talking about SA these days, sexual assault, right? And the manipulation of the woman in the situations, and in Diddy's case it was the manipulation of the men. I'm saying that whenever you engage in a agreement that is not a sound agreement, that is unlawful, you're going to find yourself at the bad end of the deal. If you and tell people here on the internet, I want to build a platform with you, pretending that we are a couple, and then we end up in getting in some sexual activity and it goes astray. You have to remember how you began the bullshit in the first place. And you began it, it's just not a good look. And what I believe when I look at the women in the Diddy situation, they honestly believe they were in a relationship. And I sat on this platform a couple of weeks ago and spoke to a gentleman who said, Jeff, actually, I'm just trying to be polite today. But I spoke to him and he explained the relationship just a tad bit differently, with his emotions detached from it. I'm not saying that he had an obligation. What I'm saying is that he knew that he was doing illegal things. Well, that's interesting. All right, so today, the last segment of this cousinly love that's no more. Um, I'm gonna go back because when I was on the when last time we was here, the woman who don't speak but speaks all the time alleged that the only reason why she came on my platform was to speak to JJ. Now we know that wasn't the truth. So I'm going to pull out that video and we're going to listen to what she did come on the platform to discuss prior to JJ even joining the discussion. And it is going to be able, so I want to prep you for this. We're going to we're going to cover the topics of sexualization, and you're going to hear how Joy received this woman back then to how she receives her now. And my opinion is that when people are bullied by people, they tend to join forces with the bullies, right? Because if you can't beat them, you join them. And that's my position as it stands right now. And it's not going to change because I've watched this fester and grow into this. Sometimes people are afraid of their own shadows. Karen posted recently a thing about being weak. And when we were on a phone call, a conference call with Joy, she asked Karen directly, was that post intended for me? And Karen replied, yes. And I'm sitting there like, oh my goodness, oh my gosh. It was. Go back, look at the post still on Karen's wall. You can see what it said. Actually, let me go back to Karen's wall and pull up the post and read it because this is how and all I'm doing is walking y'all through how I see things. Let me go to my motivators and come through and go to her post. Boom, 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 boom. Girl, that Cinderella went crazy. I can't with that shit. All right. All right. It's one of them days. I might have to pull the all right. All right, let's go to the more I pull the stream, the more Yeah, I went over here. I don't even know how to ask them for more internet. Hold on, I'm doing something. I'm looking for a new life, new life, new life. Lower the current bit rate. I don't know how to lower bit rates, but I bet you I'm gonna learn today. You should have volume now. Volume now. I can't see that right now. I'm doing something else. Give me a second. Give me a second. Give me a second. Hmm. Hello. All right. That's number one. But I'm not going to use that anymore. I'm trying to set up this video I'm going to play. This is the video I'm going to play. So let me do, um, oh, let me do a window capture. Is that a window capture? All right. Let me see if this is what I'm capturing. Hold on a second. Yep, it is. Okay, I just need to make it bigger. All right, I'm gonna put it there. Let me come out this way. I hear people. I think we're in good condition. All right, I'm going to use. Is this what it is? Is it gonna let me use it? Why is it? I think I chopped it all up. Hold up, I'm just trying to reshape this. It's an alt. All right, so I'm playing a video from back in the day, and I think I'm gonna start it at. All right, I just gotta check the sound on it. All right, let's go with the sound. I'm not sure where the sound is gonna come in from here, so hold up. Let's see. But you know what? I wanted to. Let me just. I want to. No, I want to do this and do this. All right. And then I want to do this and do this. All right. So that's number one. But I don't know where the sound is going to come from. So let me play it. Okay. Fine. I know where the sound is coming from. I know I've got lower on this mic because of the system, which is why I use the Zoom. But the Zoom is not working well today. So, and I'm scared to cancel the Zoom. Stop streaming. I think I'm on this. Anyway, let's go. Here we go. Can and cannot touch. In the meantime, are you able to hear that? If you people are going to use my shit, y'all could do two things. Like this YouTube, if you're married, let some guy marry me. I'm off of here. I just know that. I get married, I'm off of here because I can't do this. I can't do this. I really can't.
Hashtag KMJ. I support the J. What's goody, Big J?
Uh-oh. Hold on, let me find the Zoom to see what condition her looking in. I don't see, hold up, I don't see the participants. There's three of us here. Oh, I just assumed it's Joy. You know, these people be playing around too. Nah, says the Big J. Anywho's. All right, I think we're good. Do I have the mute turned off?
Oh, I just
Okay.
I just always put
Oh.
my mute on once I say something so I can get out the way.
All right. Let me see.
But track with real people. And I'm just listening to these wannabe real people, you know, converse with my trying to satisfy the cemetery. That's what I get out of that. When it comes to Karen Monica Joy, we're all somewhere around this cemetery. So that's how they'll get the viewers of the cemetery by speaking on us.
Well,
But she did, in fact, speak to you first. That's what I'm saying.
I didn't know of her until she
And,
spoke on
and
me. So that's the end. That's
yeah, and I
the
want to say, I also want to say when I first informed you about it, because I see people are trying to call people a clout chaser now, right? But when I first heard about it, I told Monica we never cranked up no videos about it. We just kept that food for thought, right? But then when I spoke on it, it was like, hold on, y'all people out here talking about they this and they that, but they speaking on women that they don't know. I mean, you just get to mix anybody in y'all YouTube shuffle.
Well, I
So
think
go
there was
ahead.
some
So
commentary when I went on the panel. Remember when I went on that boy Trey's panel and we were talking because it came up also again yesterday. So we were it's following the whole blowout. So let me give you a little background. This conversation with Karen is part of a longer video that begins with me reviewing the situation when Anaya Delia and Joy were on a panel together and Trey put them on notice that they was about to look goofy in a few minutes. All right. So this was my video after that event, maybe about 2 weeks after the event. Cause that happened. It's a few weeks later, but it, this is the day after the text messages have been exposed, and I'm basically saying to the video starts out with me really saying like how sneaky women are and my opinions on what I saw and what we believed the whole time. Okay, so I'm about to end the video, and before I can end the video, I opened up the chat and Karen joined up, or I opened up the panel and Karen joined me on the panel, and this is our discussion while on the panel. Since it's my video, I don't have to be speeding up nothing or anything, so that's where we at. With the team, and we're up there on the panel, and I asked a question about you going over there, and I said, "Well, I don't agree with it." So that came up again, right? And I'm saying that I can support somebody and disagree with the action that they took. So then you hear these people saying, but you don't tell the people in the public that you don't support the action. And I'm here to say I disagree with that because, one, I am an independent person with my own platform. And people have to judge me independent of Karen. So I have to present out there my approach on something to maintain my base as I am supporting somebody else. That's a hard thing to do. Be true to the other people you support while standing your grounds. So, yeah, you're going to find something a little different. This is not a scenario where I'm just a supporter of Karen's without a platform. As a supporter of Karen's without a platform, I could just tell Karen, hey, I don't like what you did, blah, 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 blah. There's no consequence to it. When you So basically what I'm saying there, this is what happened to those YouTubers who got assassinated in the streets of Las Vegas, right? The man had a platform and then he was being controlled or dominated by the audience. But the person who suffered the consequences was the man with the platform. When it came down to the other YouTuber acting out his frustrations, he took it straight to the content creator. It's easy to be in the background as a mouthpiece, right? Opposed to being in the forefront as what the people see. You are a content creator to content creator and you're supporting another content creator, you may have to distinguish from time to time where you don't align with what that content creator does. But it does not mean that you don't support that content creator. Unless it gets to a point where that content creator does a lot of stuff that just doesn't resonate with you and then you got to part your ways. But this is the difference between being leadership and having your own platform and being followers and having your own support mechanism. So you need to know the difference. So what she's saying is truthful if you are in the environment where you just have to say, yeah, I'll just support you publicly on everything that you do and make it look like I don't have my own head. And it would be the same thing. You think Karen agrees with everything I say? Karen?
I sure do not.
And don't worry about it. We already had this dispute when it happened, right?
Mm-hmm.
Karen
Yes,
felt her way. She felt that she was like, "Oh my God, how could you not support me?" And I'm still standing on the same thing.
I don't think I was like that. I don't think I was thinking like that with it though.
Oh my God, you was like, you saying something like this.
Well, and that's what it was about. So it wasn't
kind of consequence.
So, exactly. So it wasn't about, trying to support me or whatever in what I was doing, right? So it was like, damn, you just gonna get them some icing to their cake, like
right. But listen, you're right. It's the talking point that they keep talking on, right? But the reality of it is, I'm still standing in my grind on it. So that's,
I think it was the word that you used that.
Oh, I think like, I agreed with you on that one. I think I said something like, what was the word?
Yeah.
It was a harassment. Yeah, it was not the best. But they don't even remember that. They just remember.
Yeah, but see, it's public platforms. You can pull up on whoever you want to pull up in, just like they go and harass and stalk other people's channels. And all up in Kwame Brown chat talking about KK, cuckoo, KK, you hear that? It's like, what? I mean, but did they need permission to go on Kwame Brown's camp?
But it's
You get what I'm
amazing.
saying? So that can't be, so no, what I'm saying, Monica, that cannot be considered harassment on no level.
But listen, we're 3 years later. How many people call you Cuckoo KK?
Listen, look, the cemetery don't count and
No,
nobody.
no, but I'm
That
saying
part.
when you listen, right, to like this is how you can distinguish whose troll accounts belong to who after a period of time. See, if you would have asked me this question in 2020, I'd be like, yeah, that's troll account, whatever, whatever. But now watching people's mannerisms over time, you can actually pick who owns what troll inside of a chat room. Crazy as hell. Crazy as hell. Now I want to try something. You think I should? No, I don't feel like playing with these people. I was about to open the chat up to the subscribers, just to see who I could block for the day.
Who I can bookmark today.
But it's crazy. They probably felt locked out. They was like, she got a member only chat. Oh hell to the no. Who she thinks she is? A content creator. We here to make money. We here to make
They ain't
smut.
stopping nobody. No, these other people that are begging
Oh, I've never asked for anything
and
over
joining
here.
memberships. I mean, I'm just saying they support other useless platforms. What's the difference in supporting somebody else type of shit?
Bitch, bye. I don't know. We felt locked out. They was like, she got a member only chat. Oh hell to the no. Who she thinks she is? A content creator. We here to make money. We here to make
They
smut.
ain't stopping nobody. No, these other people that are begging
Oh, I've never asked for
and
anything over
joining
here.
memberships. I mean, I'm just saying they support other useless platforms. What's the difference?
Okay, let me say this because John Frank wrote in the chat that he's not the I if I'm the only one that calls her that, he thought he's the only one. The cuckoo thing, I've heard it so much that I just ignore it at this point.
And supporting somebody else type of shit.
Bitch, bye. I don't know. I don't know. I'm feeling in my feelings. I opened up the chat for only subscribers now. And I'm gonna give y'all the proverbial 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Five. As disgusted. As disgusted. Man, you know when you hitting something when people want to correct your English in the midst of it. It's like, oh, what I got? As disgusted. I was like,
Bruh,
it's
I'm laughing at the chat over here. All the cemeterians all up in there spreading a hella hate. How they KK pop out for what? What are you talking about?
was
I'm
you
like,
was you even there?
no.
And that's
I'm
the
like,
part. That's the part that's also unique around here with the KMJ. We move on our own accord. It's crazy. It's crazy because I wasn't there for the wee hours of the morning, and despite what people want to say the first time around, ain't nobody contact me to tell me to come through. You should come through tonight. All right, so we're down to 4 minutes. Cause I ain't really
You know,
got.
it's funny that they over that's what be crazy to K, man. First of all, according to the cemetery, they didn't know this broad with no trademark or whatever, right? But they all flocked over there like they was already in WUV. And I said WUV, WV. And listen, what I'm saying is what y'all did being a clout chaser, Cottonmouth sitting over there like the broad one of the woo ho hoes and shit. You know what I mean? Like that ain't clout chasing. Y'all ain't they ain't gonna say
Yo, the
nothing.
other
Just
day they had
listen.
some girl come in there like was distraught about something, and the girl was like, here's the content creator. She's like, well, maybe we could send her over there to Psycho, and she could help her because this might be in her thing. Yo, y'all not gonna believe this. Here come this dude. Yo, write in the chat, sir. The chat is open to the peoples. Oh, you know what? You might be blocked. Come in on one of your troll accounts. And write in the chat. You're not welcome up here on the panel. You got your free pass yesterday. You don't get another 5 minutes.
Troll gears.
you don't
That
get
nigga know
you
he's a
you you,
troll.
you don't get another
Is he obsessed or no? What's up? I listen.
I promise not to
I
call him
mean,
out his name, so he has to come in as
okay,
one
that's
person.
you. He troll. You know what?
Well, you could. I promise not to call him out his name. Please be respectful. That's all I'm gonna say, because I don't remember us making any extension to the people around us.
I mean, he got a whole woo ho ho over there demonstration going over there. I don't get how that works. I went back to hear the end of the video yesterday, and I'm like, dog, what the? How does he look coming up here talking about, yeah, they did something worse than I did? I'm like, ugh, what do he want?
This morning he want to be like, "How you feeling now, Mo?" I am great. Thank you very much for asking. It's like, I told you I got my text message. I am great.
And when somebody tell you who they are, believe them. Show you who
The
they are,
first
believe them.
time.
Yeah, man.
Well, he was trying to beat the timeline before you cut off the panel. Then you say you only had 2 minutes, 4 minutes left.
Yeah, but I made it start. I did a whole thing because when it's over, I just gonna hear the sound effect and we all gonna know it's over. So it don't seem like it's biased. I hate when things seem biased. But you see, you give people, you like, I open the chat up for people, and then here comes this here comes this. You just never know around here. You just never know. Sorry, I was checking. I was checking the sound for myself. Oh, you know what? It's not gonna do that because a dodo bird like me. Maybe I did. But gosh, the side hoeing inside that chat was ridiculous. I was just like, damn, I'm just a side hoe for sure. Listen, Karen, I'm a side hoe for sure.
Hey,
It's
that's
just
crazy.
stupid around here. It's just stupid.
Hey, you know what? I think I've just come to the conclusion that I don't think I know what the side 304 is anyway. So
I know. I
I don't
need
know
to
what
know
that
what
is.
their definition is.
I mean, the
Mo.
real ones ain't being labeled that, so I don't know.
I was wondering like, but somebody told me you can't call a guy a side hoe, so that's about it.
Yeah, well, I was talking about the broad aspect of it, so
You're down one. You're down 1 second. I don't know. I did. You know what? I was thinking about that Jezebel thing too the other day, right? And I was remembering that Jezebel. She worked in concert with her husband. So I was thinking that, oh, that might be a little serious there, that I'm not using that terminology for the Jezebel. A Jezebel, yeah. I was thinking about it. Jezebel was married. So I was waiting on the 5 minutes to close down, and then people write in the chat, but I just don't want to fast forward before that point. That's what I remembered. I was thinking about it when I went to the gym this morning. I did legs today. I did legs and the Monica muscle. I always do the Monica muscle. I forgot to do abs. Well, he'll do abs with me tomorrow, but I'll do. Oh my God, the Monica. Yo, I am in love with the Monica muscle. Anyway, seeing that there's no questions, comments, or concerns, good morning, Miss Natural Norlene. And thank you for your opine on the video. She was like, hit the road, Jack, and don't you come back no more, no more, no more. So I am just going to get my little self up out of here. Yeah, I didn't realize I did that. Yeah, I did. Hold up. I can't believe, I can't believe the things that I see. And thanks for the thumbs up on your way in. And that's about it. All right, I'm out. I'm out. I can't wait. Oh, Karen, I can't wait to hear your critiques of me.
Girl, bye.
Oh, wait a minute. We got somebody in the comments. Hold up. In the chat. I can't red ball back. I can't red ball back, but I will watch the replay. I'm just here to thank you for hitting the link yesterday. So for this part, I want to extend this a moment. Hold on a second, because I want y'all to be able to read this thing and see it for yourself. All right, so that's 862 over there. I just want to make sure that y'all are able to see this comments on the screen. No matter what, you stood your ground. Thank you for having me and treating me with respect. I appreciate that as well. And thank you for coming through. And I'm not what we got somebody in the comments. Hold up in the chat. I can't red ball back. I can't red ball back, but I will watch the replay. I'm just here to thank you for hitting the link yesterday. No matter what, you stood your ground. Thank you for having me and treating me with respect. I appreciate that as well. And thank you for coming through. And I'm not putting the video today. Okay. So do you see how people just come stomping through your environment, giving you pleasantries, spiders and flies? So we're going to just stick with the things that bother people that I said. This is a spider to a fly. Coming in here, giving me a compliment for being on the panel, her panel the evening before, having me disrespected while on the panel, and then her coming through and saying, yo, you stood your ground. I got a newfound respect for you. Why Why do you have a newfound respect for me? Because you're misrepresenting who I was amongst your people. And that's why you have a newfound respect for me. So you say, because you were able to see me stand my ground when I'm dealing with frivolous conversations. It was just crazy to me. But anyway, it happened. We're going to go on. So this is the only time that she's been on my panel. So as you can see, there was no JJ on the panel. There's Monica, there's Karen, and there's Joy somewhere on this platform. And you're about to hear the conversation as it continued. On members only. So you can go back. I appreciate it. Karen?
Yo.
I'm scratching my head because I just wanted to know if you wanted to make your statement again. But Karen speaks on that situation that we was at the end of your video.
You know what? I want to ask if that individual could hit the link. What's up?
Can you do a Zoom UP? Now I gotta be like,
yeah, I got a few questions myself.
Wait, what's going on?
Joy is like, so wait a minute, what's going on?
Hey, I'm in root right now, so.
She said, I'm in root right now. Today's wisdom point is cut them off silently. They know exactly what they did. Sometimes in life, you just have to cut off some people silently because they know exactly what happened was. I have the link pinned to this, I think, at the top for the Zoom. But again, I don't know. I didn't think it was that bad. We didn't review your video, but I did speak on what I think is appropriate protocol around here for using other people's content. Because I personally would like to see when people use, I'm just going to repeat. Okay, thank you. I personally would like to know that people are using my stuff so I can watch and hear the critiques of me or what is being said about me. And I might want to come back and reply, respond, react, retract, rethink, revisit. Okay, great. I might want to do that. She's going to join us, Karen.
Hey, give me a minute then, bet.
So as you can see, Karen invited her onto the platform to have the discussion. And she accepted she accepted to come onto the platform. So there was no that she came up here to speak to Hyde. There was none of that. It was just the three of us ladies on here talking, and I opened up the chat, and she came in the chat, subscribed to the channel so that she could write in the chat, and then gave that spider comment and got up here and wanted to tell the people that she was treated like a fly. But we're going to hear what actually happened. And I want you to pay particular attention to the conversation as it surrounds sexualization. It surrounds all the things that this woman still to this day is engaging in and doesn't want to be held accountable for it. But it's just, we're going to see a pattern of behavior for her at a time when we didn't know that this was her pattern because we weren't in tune to her. We didn't even know who she really was. We were just learning of her as this was progressing in real time.
Over there trying to make her coffee now. Oh Lord.
Oh, she went to get the coffee, not the coffee. Notice the particular attention Joy has when it comes down to what Karen is doing or what Karen may be doing. Here I am, the bestie, and I'm not even in tune to the fact that when Karen said, hold up, let me go get myself together, right? That she was actually going to get a cup of coffee. So Joy is very particular about watching people. She knows like I say, know your audience. She knows her content creators. She's a KYC, know your creator. She definitely knows what the creators are doing. These are people that could troll at the drop of a dime because they watch your behaviors and your mannerisms and they duplicate them. They are professional antagonistic. They are the instigators on this platform. Say I lie.
Went to go get the coffee.
She went to go get the coffee. I'm surprised. But you know what? See, Karen is slick. She gonna watch it, right? So she could be like, when she's gonna play it back with me, you know this is gonna be annoying. Because she's gonna be like, you see right here? This is when you should have been like. And I'm gonna be like, oh God, don't.
Oh, somebody in the chat. See, I can't see the chat because I'm driving. So somebody's in the chat that's about to join the link.
Yes, Unspoken Purpose entered the room. She gave me a greeting. She said she couldn't red ball the video, but she would like to watch it. She's gonna watch it on replay. She joined the channel as a subscriber. She subscribed to the channel. So let me correct that. She didn't join the channel. She subscribed to the channel because terminologies mean something differently. And that she was gonna go grab her laptop to join us to see if she could join with the link. Yes, I did. That was that hit the road Jack comment. I saw it. I was like, let me free this comment up here. I was just like, oh, wait a minute. Wait, you said under the last post, so let me see. Because I saw the one with because I was like, it's just some kind of. In the words of Karen, I'm fast forwarding. Fast forward. Sweet tea. Didn't I need something else?
Good morning, Unspoken. Is she here?
She is setting up she doesn't have sound, so she can't hear. I'll tell you when she has sound. All right. She still just has camera.
So Karen, that was your business voice? I don't never get the business voice.
Yeah, this is the business because I get 2 cents, 3 cents. Oh no, this ain't even my platform, is it? Damn.
She said, good morning. I don't get that. Wake your ass up, Joy. That's what I get.
Hey, Joy, Big J, chill. Put your brakes, baby.
1 second. You have to join with the computer audio. Or you have to connect to your all right, so she's getting sound, you guys. And I just asked her to unmute.
Can y'all hear me now?
Yes, we can. And thank you and good morning.
Oh, hey guys.
We not.
Can y'all hear her now? Cause it's about to get it's a good look back. It's a great look back. Let's look back.
We listen, Unspoken. We not gonna disrespect you like y'all do over on y'all camp.
Okay. Look, I'm here for it though. If you
Understanding is all we looking for. Now I'm gonna start off the question if I
I'm
can.
not a disrespectful person. When I hit panels, I'm always respectful. And
you know what? I got that from you, to be honest with you, when I first heard you breaking down some which I want to call it commentary around here, right? I think for me, I was like, I really don't know you and I don't understand why you keep speaking on me, right? And so I asked you, not to speak on me. And
Uh-huh.
I really meant that in
Uh-huh.
like the politest way possible. So, and you can't stop doing that for some reason.
Well, I don't think I heard that live, but if you don't want me to speak on you, you don't want me to reference you either because I don't
Right.
do lives about you.
Yeah, because I'm not looking for promotion. You feel me? I feel like what y'all working with is the same thing we've been working with in the last 5 years, and we've been very dormant. And I don't think y'all understand it yet. If you are really not a part of the cemetery, you're about to find how they're going to sabotage your platform. You're about to find out because what they'll do is they'll use me and you to go against each other. One of
They
us
can't do that. Not with me.
listen. I'm just okay. Go ahead, do your thing.
Karen,
No,
let
I'm
her-
saying not with me. They can't do that. I didn't mean to cut her off. She can go ahead, but they can't do that with me. I'm not
Okay.
like one of those weak-minded.
Okay.
Like, look, let me say this, and let me say this clearly. There's been a lot of people that wanted me to come after Joy chit chat in a big major way. And even when all of this stuff broke, I knew what the goal was.
My question today, near 2 years later, June 2025. In June 2022, in 2023, this was June 2023. This was unspoken purpose sentiment at the time, what everybody would like her to do. When did the plan to do that against Joy end? Because the way I see it in 2025, just because she's advocating for something, remember my enemies, and I'm a friend of my enemy's enemy. Just because she's advocating for her today, what is the purpose behind it? Because remember, it's an unspoken purpose. This is when you're just being, when a person is being the spider and Joy is being the fly. But you can't tell people stuff. I'm going to back this up. Boom, boom, and boom. So you can see that.
Not with me.
Listen. I'm just okay. Go ahead, do your thing.
Karen,
No, I'm saying not with me. They can't do that. I didn't mean to cut her off. She can go ahead, but they can't do that with me. I'm not
Okay.
like one of those weak-minded.
Okay.
Like, look, let me say this, and let me say this clearly. There's been a lot of people that wanted me to come after Joy chit chat in a big major way. And even when all of this stuff broke, I knew what the goal was. And the goal was to go after Joy and Anaya both. And I wasn't going. Y'all fight is y'all fight. I don't have anything to do with that. But the fact
how that worked out for Anaya the Liar in 2025. I just heard not too long ago this same person pick Anaya up and the husband and put them down and tell them she don't want to have no parts with them any further. Listen, people can hold on to you for a significant period of time before they detach from you. But the goal all along is to detach from you. They can use you for as long as you are in need of them, or as long as they feel you need them. So you could sever the relationship if you don't need them anymore. But in most of these situations, you're still in need of them when they decide to cut you off.
the matter is, when there's content out there, Joy and Anaya both, and I wasn't going. Y'all fight is y'all fight. I don't have anything to do with that. But the fact of the matter is, when there's content out there to be reflected on or commentary done upon, that's all it is for me. I get where you're coming from.
So let me ask you this, since you said coming. So prior.
If Joy would shut up sometimes, she would hear this woman say that as long as there is content out there, whatever your story is, she's going to make it her content. And when there's no more, then you're no more good to her. I'm going to play it back because, see, Joy too busy talking that she ain't listened to what the lady had to say. And this was a stronger Joy, not pathetic Joy of today. And the reason why I'm calling her pathetic Joy is because she sat up here and allowed the people that she messes with to just come out here and try to paint our relationship in a way that it wasn't. When she could have simply came out here and said, I didn't share that with Mo. Mo don't know nothing about this. It's between y'all and I. She ain't getting herself in this. But no, you ain't say that. You stayed meek and you inherited the earth. And I sat here for several weeks now and waited for you to get the backbone to be publicly honest. And you wasn't. And you know, it is what it is. I'm going to take it back another 10 seconds so we can hear that materialize and see. And this is a problem that we all have when we're in these platforms or we go on these panels. We forget to be great listeners because we want to get our talking points out. But sometimes you got to sit back and really become a listener of what the other person is saying. Especially if you got your own platform, you can go back home and clean it up afterwards. But when you're in the exchange, you should be getting as much information as you can from the opposing party so that it makes you a wiser person.
And Anaya both, and I wasn't going. Y'all fight is y'all fight. I don't have anything to do with that. But the fact of the matter is, when there's content out there to be reflected on or commentary done upon, that's all it is for me. I get where you're coming from.
So let me ask you this, since you said coming. So prior to this situation, the things you were saying about me as far as bringing in my daughter, which that conversation was just just the commentary you have on me, you don't consider that coming from me?
Oh yeah, the commentary that I have for you, I do consider that coming for you, Joy, because we were, in a kerfuffle. But what I'm trying to do is go in a different direction right now. It's just taking me some time to source out the pieces, and I just wanted answers for certain things, and that's all I was asking for. But what is it that you don't? Well, I can imagine what it is you don't like about my commentary. That's oh.
Yeah, and I don't like to be lied on, and I don't like.
What did I lie about?
I never.
My personal pet peeve is people saying, I don't like to be lied on. And then they can't give you an example of being lied on. That's a personal pet peeve of mine that I've developed as being part of the internet. In my day-to-day, people don't use conversation like, oh, I'm being lied on. They don't do that. Good afternoon, Unitopia. It's like they just don't do that. But here on the internet, they proclaim that people are lying on them, but they can never tell you what the lie is. And when you get grandly, when you get into the weeds of what it is, it's not a lie. It's a difference of opinion. It is a person's opinion of a person, but it's not a lie. But they consider, if you don't see them the way that they want to be seen, then they will call you out for lying on them. You're lying on me because you don't see me the way I want to be seen. When people are within their right to see you the way that they see you, but people here will say, oh, you're lying on me because your opinion is different than what they want people to believe them to be. That happens here all the time. And that happens with Joy all the time. You hear her say, so and so is lying on me, but then you will ask her for an example and you won't get it. So in this exchange here, you're going to listen to the conversation and you're going to hear for yourself. And if you hear a lie, let me know. I'll look in here and see if I see any special 100s going down so I can see if there's a lie. But there's a clear line between a person's opinion of something that you do versus that being a lie. One of the biggest problems that I had in dealing with Joy when she was having disputes with other people is that the people said she threw rocks and hid her hands. She just exited a platform a couple of weeks ago, and she said, yeah, I throw rocks and hide my hands. As to be funny when things are not being funny, right? Only in her world. And people don't understand it because they haven't experienced it. And I'm sorry, I'm being specific to situations because I've been misrepresented out here. And I don't like the misrepresentation. I can definitely take criticism, but I cannot take the misrepresentation of me.
Answers for certain things, and that's all I was asking for. But what is it that you don't? Well, I can imagine what it is you don't like about my commentary. That's
yeah. I don't like to be lied on, and I don't like.
What did I lie about?
I never sent you any pictures.
Oh no! You never. I never
trolled you. I never trolled you. I believe in the beginning because I heard you say, tell Monica the reason why we bumped heads is because of something that was going on with another content creator. Because you could say that I doxed her and I was harassing her, which that is not true.
Who?
The conversation yes, that is not true at all.
Well, I felt like everything that was done on Money Boy Trey's platform that you guys were doing that in unison, especially in the beginning when you were coming against Philly Phil and when all of that lawsuit stuff came out, you came back out and you were swinging for Money Boy Trey. But the reason
I was swinging for myself. I was speaking for myself because her and I had a relationship beforehand. It went south when some things happened on her panel. And she said some things and I said some things back. I don't
see the pattern. Things went south. She said some things, I said some things back. I've been trying as Monica not to say some things back. I've tried as Monica not to listen to some things, but what I cannot, shan't, and shall not be a participant in is anybody assassinating my character and allowing the assassination when you could have stopped it.
I don't know why my thing with her became doxing and harassing when she was also speaking her piece on her own platform as well. But I understand, I hear what you're saying. You're grouping me up, and I get it. I get grouped up because I'm with a group. So I have to understand that.
It was because you came out here and you said, I'm going to come out here and swing for my nigga. You were basically out here swinging for that when all of that stuff was going on. So if you're saying that now you weren't a part of it, okay, that's fine.
No, ma'am, no. And no, please stop. I never used the terminology I'm swinging for my nigga. I don't even talk like that. What's going on was that lawsuit when she was claiming, sorry, excuse me, because I don't know who wrote that statement. Whoever wrote that statement and she took it to whoever she took it to her law, law office. I don't know, but it was not.
So let me give you a little bit of background of what I remembered as I was listening to this. It sounds like one of the other content creators, and I believe it to be Philly Phil. If I'm incorrect, someone please correct me in the comments. However, there was some kind of document that she filed, and the sexualization will come out again between Trey and this content creator being in some kind of relationship, and that's what was written in the legal documents. And Joy was upset because she was in a full-blown relationship in her brain with the same individual.
That statement was not it was false. So that's when at the time I was like, wow, how can he be in a relationship with me and be in a relationship with her? And whoever wrote that statement, I was like, that's false. Just like you guys say that you guys come out with for your friends or who you with. Right. That's how I felt at the time.
That's my point.
But that's not harassing. That's not harassing and doxing nobody. I just felt like that statement that was written was false.
Okay. Okay. Well, the other thing is that, like, I was just trying to get to the bottom of things. And earlier in the live, when Monica was up there yesterday, I didn't have, like, Rashid hadn't put out all of the emails and stuff like that he had communicated with you. And so I spoke on what was already out. A lot of times I'm speaking on bits of information or pieces of information because
this is an excuse for putting out misinformation about people intentionally, but say that it was unintentional because they didn't have all of the pieces at the time. You have a right to do whatever you want to do, but you should have a moral compass to want to put out the most accurate information as possible, especially when you're trying to persuade a group of people to believe what you say as being the ultimate word. And this is what I accuse the Unspoken Purpose platform for doing, being a groupthink center where people are in a cult-like environment, and you must agree with what the cult leader is putting out there. Any dissension is not appreciated. Ask Brandy about it this week and let me know what you think about the ability to have a dissenting opinion, a decent opinion on something that's going on in that environment.
Nobody knows I wasn't there. So I'm just speaking on what's put out on the YouTube streets at that time. I don't know all of the details. So I understand why you would get upset about me speaking on something that I don't know all of the facts about.
And the other part about speaking on something that one does not know all the facts about is that it allows you to have content in that moment and content in the following moment, because you get to retract, restate, reinvigorate. And that is what we see from her. That's what we see from her. Hey, Nanya. That's what we see from her. And this is an indicator. This live stream is a good teaching tool. If you ever wanted to look back at the things that you can't explain why it happened, but when you want to go back and see what happened, you get a clearer picture. This is what we really call the timeline. When you go back and develop a timeline, you start by looking back in the past and then building up to the present.
I don't know all of the details. I don't know all of the behind the scenes. So I understand frustration. And the same with you, Monica, and the same with you, KK. I understand y'all frustration because this is your life. This is your experience. These are things that you've been through. So you know details that I don't know. But I'm only speaking on what I see on YouTube. And then when more information comes in, I always come back and clarify things. You know what I'm saying? And I definitely intend to make it my mission.
No, You don't always come back and clarify things because you tried to tell the world that you got on this platform talking to JJ. The only reason why you was here was to speak to JJ. When now we clearly know that the reason you was here was to speak to us, the three ladies, the K, the M, and the J, about our experience. You're being disingenuous at best.
Everything once all of the pieces come out. I honestly hope all of the pieces don't come out because this is y'all. I'm talking about Joy, Anaya, Rashid, all of that stuff. That's y'all personal life. You know what I'm saying? So I don't think that it should be out here anyway. That's just the truth of it.
I mean, then platforms wouldn't even be able to crank they lives up then, right? Because they all need something to talk about around here.
But I'm talking about how personal this all has.
No, I get it, but it's already out there. So now you can do is spill milk.
Imagine at that time, the only thing that was personal was that Anaya the liar was having some kind of communication with Trey behind the scenes, and that the husband of Anaya the liar was sending Joy some text messages or some kind of communications behind the scenes, encouraging her to engage in the same behavior with him. Right? It's been later stated that Anaya was operating the account. But I don't know. But what I do know at this point, we knew that the couple was toxic to the situation for Joy. That was our position, or at least that was my position at the time. So I'm going to take away the hour and say my position at the time because I don't have the authority to speak on anybody else's behalf other than my own. So I'm taking the hour back and saying me. My faces be killing me too.
You know, and your platform, along with many others that came out here to try to stretch it out, you can't say what you're saying now.
Well, no, yeah, because I don't focus
Wait,
on
which one is it? No or yeah? I don't know.
No, I'm saying, well, I don't focus on the
Listen,
intimate
we'll chop it up whenever. Okay, I'm out.
No, Karen, look, you don't have to stop her. I'm not a baby. I can take it. She can swing and I can take it.
Yeah. By the time we get to the end of this, she couldn't take it. She couldn't take it. And she went and swang on. And you know what's so bad? By the time we get to the end of this, right, you will hear her retract this very sentiment, I can take it, and then start to put the blame and talk about prophecies and prophesizing and all this other stuff. You would have thought she was on the bully pulpit. You understand? The same way they having conversations about Jesus Christ, Lord and Savior today or yesterday on platforms. She came here with the same thing, trying to tell me about prophesizing and how people prophesied that this would happen, that one day she would get on a platform. Little did I know, and by the time we get to that point, I'll restate this. Little did I know that they just sat behind in back rooms, smoky rooms, and thought of ways to come up with these type of conversations. If you are to believe everything that these folks say.
Like, it's not a big deal. Karen, come back, please. Shit. Look, I understand, but just like I didn't stop them yesterday. You don't have to stop Karen today. You understand what I'm saying? Like, and I get where she's coming from.
But it's two different, like, I just don't
platform.
Like that. You heard her say it's two different platforms. I already said, bitch, I ain't like you. In the nicest form ever. This was so ladylike of me. I'm already distinguishing from the gate that we are two different entities. How you conduct yourself and think that it is appropriate to do that to others, I don't see it that way. And I don't engage that way. So yeah, this is what I had to say. I
Right.
get where she's at, right? I'm not I'm here to get the word that we said was to get an understanding. So to get an understanding, I gotta hear. I can't hear if that's gonna go down. I can't pick up all the pieces of it.
Well, I would love for her to come back. And I know you would too.
Joy, do some business behind the scenes to get her to come back.
Please. And Joy, I really want to hear what you have to say too, because I want to answer your questions for you also. If you have any questions for me, I want to answer them. But I want to say that I want to tell Karen, and I'm hoping that this will bring her back. I can't promise that I'm not going to reference you. I can promise you that I'm not going to do lives about you and stuff like that. But when it comes to referencing someone, if they're relevant,
Let's explore that referencing you thing. Because today in 2025, what she will say is, I haven't spoken on you. I haven't done no streams on you. Something to the effect to say, I haven't captured your name in the title and done a segment exclusive to you. However, integrated in the conversations, she has mentioned Karen and Monica in 2025. She has mentioned Karen and Monica in 2024, right? The difference is every time that I've heard myself being mentioned over there, I didn't strike up my live and say, why is this woman mentioning me? Right? I have a good old cousin who was like, well, it wasn't in a negative way, like she understands it. But silly Monica wasn't thinking, like, how would you know this unless you were having conversations with this person? How would you know how they are thinking? Because when I hear my name mentioned, I hear it for the matter in which it's being spoken on. Sometimes it was favorable, and most of the time it wasn't, or it was not in alignment with the actual facts of the situation. It was tainted to the vision that she held dominant. It wasn't related to what I was thinking or saying at the time, but it was her interpretation of what I said and what it was intended to mean as prescribed by her.
To part of the story, like I have to reference you. And the reason that I do that is because I'm trying to keep things clear as to who I'm talking about. I don't want to muddy the waters and have people thinking that I'm speaking on somebody that I'm not speaking about. And that's the main reason that I say names and put names on it, is because I don't want to confuse people as to who I'm talking about, because we've all done, a lot of us have done similar things on these YouTube streets. So that's the reason that I make reference to names. It's not to like shade people or come for people like that. It's just to kind of keep things clear. It's my attempt.
Well, we got names over here for people. So the reason we have names for people is because in our season 1 and season 2 of being on this YouTube, people flag you when they don't like what you say about them under their name. So people have identified by making nicknames of everybody.
But they're usually derogatory, and I don't like the names for Karen or KK in the J4K sector. If I say them, they would offend Karen. The same with Joy. That's the reason that I say Joy or Karen or KK, is because I don't want to use like derogatory terms or nicknames that could be offensive for people.
But you have.
I have when I was angry, Joy. That's not what I'm doing right now. I don't call you Joy Boy anymore. I say Joy, our Joy Chit Chat. I'm owning my shit.
We can clear up the fact that didn't start with the Philly Phil. It started with your YouTube niece. I did one video, and that's where all of this started from. It didn't start from the other content creator. And I felt like you were disrespectful towards me, trying to chastise me in my commentary. because it was a hot topic, and I was on it. And ever since I did that one,
I'm sorry, but I don't mean to cut you off, Joy, but I didn't see the live. I came in when I said I came in. I haven't seen the live.
Your YouTube niece.
Mm-hmm.
That was when we first fell. It had to do with your YouTube to focus your attention on me, and that's when everything went downhill. I never had an issue with you. I didn't know you to have an issue with you.
Joy, did you watch? Do you watch the live that you did on Q?
Yes.
Okay, so the live that you did on Q was after the Enough is Enough movement started, and many of the reasons that you started focusing on Q.
No.
You talked about in that live stream. Okay.
That's not true. We're gonna have to do some time. We're gonna have to do some we're gonna have to find the timestamps and the time for that, because it was when that first happened, because everybody was upset. They was like, how dare you speak on something you not even from this sector, blase, blase.
Okay.
All right, so who is
and
Q?
This shit just started.
Q is Eat with Q.
Okay. And that's your niece?
My YouTube niece.
Oh, okay.
Her mother and I are real good friends, and
Okay.
she's my moderator. Her mother is my moderator. So
Okay.
Yes, and I never disrespected that lady. I never called her out her name. I was just speaking on what had happened between her and B Love, and you decided that I had no right to do that. How dare you? That's how you came at me. And then that's when the shit hit the fan with between all of us. Because I'm like, who is this lady?
you started out we're just discussing, right? It's not an argument, right? We're just discussing. I'm just checking because I don't want you to drop down too, because I want to just point something out. When you started out the live, it was right after we started the Enough is Enough movement. When you did the live about Q, you did the live and you brought up content that was almost 4 years or 3 years old. And then you started talking about Q, inserting the stuff with Truth Hurts. If you go back and you watch the live,
I can go back and watch my own live. I didn't discuss this conversation with that lady about my commentary. It was just me and Trey. They had nothing to do with that lady.
Oh my God, Truth Hurts was on the panel.
She probably jumped up there, but there wasn't no discussion behind the scenes. I was doing my own commentary. Even he didn't even know what was going on. I was speaking from what I knew from what happened back then.
Okay.
So now, once again, you're grouping me up with people when that was my commentary on my live. So because
it was
you had a
all
problem
of
with
y'all
that lady,
it was all of y'all on the panel coming for her, so it looked orchestrated to me.
Oh well, hey, I can't help you on that one, because that's not what it was. That
Well,
was
I'm
my
just explaining to
I
you.
write down what I want to do, and that's the reason why you came after me and have not stopped since then.
I thought I stopped, Joy.
Besides this, besides the Eat with Q, Joy, when is another instance that she spoke on you? Since you said she didn't stop and she said she did, do you know of another instance?
Just throughout the direction, throughout the direction of just being associated with the with those folks over there. Just just like currently, I guess even that I'm not even associated with them no more, my child is being brought up in a disgusting type of way, as if I was allowing some man to come from my child, like just turning all the words around. Like that's not what that conversation was about. Things of that nature.
But I didn't come for you.
I never spoke on her and her child. I never spoke on her and her life. Never. And I understand it's commentary, and yes, I'm on a public platform, so yeah, I'm gonna get it.
But you know their perception and what I view, what Money Boy Trey did, I viewed it as disgusting. I viewed it as a disgusting thing that he should have never referenced your daughter in that way. And I stand on that. That was disgusting.
Now, this is, in my opinion, in 2025. This is the start of in reviewing this back now, I see this woman so much more clearer than I did back then. I pause me while I'm thinking about this because I'm saying, how is she making this connection? And today, I can clearly understand how she made this connection and why she inserted herself in the situation that happened with Joy, and why she finds herself here today, because she was already planning this type of assault long before. She didn't care what issue got to the breaking point, because she was already sowing her seed of doubt in the situation. Again, these are my thoughts and my opinions based on what I saw and what I heard then, what I know now.
I don't care. I mean, I can't change how I feel. I felt the way about it when I first saw it. I don't think that any man that would allow something like that to come out of his mouth, if it wasn't already in his forethought. In his mind, he sexualizes everything and everybody. That's my opinion.
That's her opinion. And she does the same, and that's my opinion.
About him.
And once again, I'm sorry to cut you off, because at the end of the day, what you guys fail to realize in the midst of that conversation, and you keep ignoring it, that woman came in my chat, and yes, she still had a wrench. You know why? Because I had no problem with her until then. I didn't know she had a problem.
Did anybody ask why LTG had a wrench in her room? So this is like me when I was listening back to it. I'm like, is she speaking to somebody else at this time? Like, what? It's too circular for me. But having now sat on platforms with Joy and listened to her backtrack or recollect events, I understand. No, I'm not going to say I understand. I'm just disappointed.
Problem with me. So when she walked into my chat, that's what she wrote. I saw it. He read it out loud. The way he read it, he shouldn't have read it the way he read it, but he read it like, oh yeah, that makes sense. That's what I'm doing to Joy's daughter, because that's how he. But you guys failed to realize she wrote that.
I pointed that out in my, okay.
No, ma'am. You once again, and then you said on that live, you said him and I been coming after that woman and her husband, trying to destroy their marriage since before they got married. He didn't even know her. So how can you make those type of statements?
Was in the chat. Her husband was in the chat.
Okay, that's fine.
I know. Okay. I know what video you're talking
and
about.
those videos that he was replaying, the videos, see, you don't know all the history. Hashtag background. Exactly. But when you speak like you know everything.
I don't. Okay.
What Moneyboy was playing was a video from her interviewing.
And this is the same feeling that I have been having, that she speaks as if she knows everything. And then she comes out here and she says things that she doesn't know to rouse up the other folks. And because Joy has a dispute with the other folks, she didn't want to stop them in the midst of what they was doing. That is my opinion. I don't really, to be honest, Nanya. I'm gonna read your commentary, but now the story is gonna be that Mo is grouping her up with the other lady's commentary. No, the story should be Mo is frustrated because I've sat back and watched this spiral out of control in hopes that somebody would drill it in, right? This is their story. This is their story to tell, as I've been telling the world. It's their story to tell. It's their narrative to run with it. Just don't incorporate me in it. I have my own opinions about things. Nobody's going to want to hear me say police officers are not going to take complaints about XYZ. You know, people don't want to hear the negative side of what they're going through when they're going through something, right? And I think for a thinking being, right, and being an honest person that I am, I always give you the good, the bad, and the ugly of a situation. And sometimes when people are going through things, they don't want to hear the ugly. They don't want to hear that, well, so-and-so, this may not have viable legs because it's got several states. It would have to be a federal case like the Diddy situation. I was just speaking to Miss Indy at the beginning of here, and I was telling people the similarities between when you start out with a contract that is not a good contract, right? When you mix your business with pleasure, how you end up with your pleasure destroying the business. You understand where you're emotionally attached to something that a guy has definitely detached himself a long time ago. Like, that's what I spoke on. Those are the similarities that I see that other people don't see. When you want to prosecute somebody for intimate distribution of intimate images, right? You've got to first convince people of so many things in order to begin the process. And you have to be in a headspace that you're ready to fight that truth and nails. When I hear people say that they got therapists, I just heard that lady say she goes to therapy 3 times a week. You would not notice because she was on the platform most of the days out of the week. So when do you meet with the therapist? And why would you need a therapist 3 times a week? Well, you need a therapist 3 times a week because you're trying to create damages. You professional instigators who also are professional victims try to groom people into the positions that you want them to be in, to take on the positions you want them to have, right? This coaching somebody for how to speak to the police department and how to deal with detectives, right? That is crazy, right? To even turn around in the midst of this and begin your own case against a woman living in her car, right? And then to come out here and use it, juxtapose it against Joy's situation and say it's hard to get the detectives to believe the story when the story doesn't even involve you. You're not even the complainant. You done told the whole YouTube it's your children who have to file and pursue this assault because it was against their grandchild, against the grandchildren, and they're the parents of. So I listened to some stuff. I listened to some stuff and then I didn't listen to stuff. But I watched how people try to connect, right? There's a saying, or there's a term, feel, felt thing. I know how you feel. I felt the same way too. And then you connect with the person. I told Joy specifically that UP was trained as a foster parent on how to manipulate abused children, because you've got to first confront them, nurture them in a certain way. It's a whole technique that foster parents are given significant training in that field of how to deal with abused children. She's just transferred that same energy here on the internet space and dealing with grown children. Sometimes we say I'm not going to raise grown children, and Joy was offended by me saying that. But I had to speak my truth in the air. And that was my truth. You understand? I know that foster parents receive significant training when dealing with children of abuse. And they need to be able to confront them a certain way so that the child can connect with them. UP sits up here on this platform and all she tries to do is connect with people and use them. That's why there's that big narrative going on with that other young lady who's younger. And now she wants to tell her, oh, you're over 30. I could come in. I'm going to give it to you raw and hard. Why? Because giving it to her the way and the techniques that you were taught through the agencies of how to manipulate children don't work on grown adults when they grow up. When they finally, the scripture says, when I was a child, I spoke like a child, but when I became an adult, what? I put the child things aside. That's what happened up here. When people woke up and they become, and I'm not going to say they was asleep, but they grow into their maturity. Those techniques don't work. You can't manipulate and mind fuck grown-ups. So I told Joy this. I felt like she was mind fucking the world out here. But it's a good narrative if you want somebody to fight your battles. Anybody that's been on this platform that knows the Joy Monica relationship will know that it always falls apart when I have to listen to the other party's positions. Just like the time when we was on the platform and I let Miss Tawana and the rest of the people come up here and speak to Joy about what was happening to them, their Joy experience that I was not familiar with at the time. There was P. Smith, there was all of these people. She turned it on me like, oh, Monica, you allowed them to attack me. When I actually didn't allow them to attack her, it's I allowed myself to hear all the information. But when you're the person under the attack, I can understand and relate to the fact that you would feel like you ganged up on. But sometimes you have to ask yourself, what did I do that resulted in this kind of hostility from so many people? Everyone's not in a place in their life where they can really sit back, humble themselves, and work on what I did to bruise this relationship. Point in case, the panel where I spoke to John Frank, that was a Monica panel. That was a Monica moment with John Frank. And Joy said, can I ask 2 questions? And I allowed her to ask 2 questions. Joy should have realized that the audience she kept, the friends she kept in the deep, dark alleys, would be against her making that connection. Just like I have the same situation between me and speaking to certain people, showing up in certain rooms, folks are very much against me doing it, but I'm my own entity. And when I feel like I want to pull up and pull out, I do. When I don't, I won't. And that's why people should be able to better understand. Oh, you removed something because I saw something. Again, this conversation that I'm airing today is a conversation that was had 2 years ago to this month, right? So it's been 2 years and a couple of days ago, right? When you can reflect on something 2 years ago and see how it all works out 2 years later, it's clear indicators here. There was clear warning signs, things that you could have grown from. The Joy that was here on this in this discussion was very anti unspoken purpose. She was very anti it because she understood the damage the woman was doing to her. But what changed? When she was able to do the damage to a person that you're mad at. Let there be no misunderstanding. Joy has got a right to be angry with Jeff over him releasing that image and saying that it was her. She has a right to be angry about that. She has a right to seek whatever recourse that she feels is appropriate. And that's why I said I would just sit back and support, because the process is not going to be that simple. But you always will have people in this internet space trying to pretend to you that this is the way it should go and this is how justice is served and this and that. Like, we've heard them tell these stories down to when people's channels get struck and their channels are taken out, right? They've learned that they can rebuff that and get their channels back, right? They understand that, right? So no one's as intimidated of the process anymore because they know that there's a way out of it. But before they knew there was a way out of it, it wasn't so nice on these streets, right? They also know that it is some people, I just go back to going to the game and you being the person with the ball, and then the game doesn't go your way and you pull the ball back. I'm gonna put y'all on hold for a minute because
they interviewed her child's mother-in-law. She's the one who said those things about her child. When we were reviewing it, we were listening to that point. You said that we came up with that story and we were lying, when actually another content creator on the J4K side interviewed her child's mother-in-law. That's how the story got out here. But you turned it around and said,
pause. I'm gonna have to fast forward this portion of it because I don't really feel like going down that storyline. So we're gonna hear it on speed for a moment until we get past this.
oh, we're lying. Look at the husband in the chat. He said that never happened when he knows damn well that happened.
See, the thing about it is, like you said, I don't know the whole story. And that wasn't even my point for the live that I did. I was focusing on what Moneyboy Trey said and did in that live stream. You have to go back.
If you have journalistic integrity, then you would have did your due diligence and found out everything instead of just focusing on one part and making a narrative. That's the point that don't make no sense to me. You don't like it when people do it to you. You don't like it when people do it to your people that you care for, like your YouTube niece or even.
I will back that up because I think she did make a good point there. Hold up, because I would like that point to be highlighted.
Have to go back.
If you have journalistic integrity, then you would have did your due diligence and found out everything instead of just focusing on one part and making a narrative. That's the point that don't make no sense to me. You don't like it when people do it to you. You don't like it when people do it to your people that you care for, like your YouTube niece, or even like with the Philly Phil. You don't like that done to you. So, but it's easy for y'all to do it to everybody else and say, hey, well, that's not what I was talking about. I'm just looking at this part when you should have just listened to the whole thing. I understand you got a disdain for him and myself, but I'm like, come on.
You understand that she has a disdain for you and he. Nothing has changed but the calendar year. As you may not recognize it today, but you will recognize it in the future. Nothing has changed. These are your first instincts on this person. It has not changed. Just that at this moment, you're in a different situation and you're allowing the spider to treat you like a fly, period.
You don't.
I'm not knocking your commentary, but it's like, if you're going to do it right.
You telling me what? You telling me what's right for my platform and what's right for my perception, what I perceive to have happened, and what I perceived that Moneyboy Trey was wrong in what he said and the way that he said it. Now, what I said was, when the woman hopped in the chat, I pointed out what she said. I showed the chat, Joy. I pointed out everything that Sexy Grandma was saying. I showed my audience the actual chat. I provided them the information that they need.
I I didn't see this video, but in the 2 years that since this video, and I've watched a couple of her videos, I hardly ever see receipts ever being displayed over there. I hardly ever see a timeline actually being even timelined. You know, I've never seen this kind of stuff, but I've heard a lot of mentions of stuff because it's subliminal. It is the subliminal stuff that goes on over there, but I never see anything to back up anything. But I cannot say definitively that it never occurred. All I'm going to say is that for the things that I've watched, I've never experienced any kind of real receipts.
It. I don't understand what it is you want from me. You want me to go back in history and tell the whole story. That's not what I was talking about. I wasn't talking about how it started. I was talking about what Nunya said when Nunya came in my life and my perception of things. That was my individual perception. One person, one voice. That's it. That's all. You guys have the whole story and it's on your channels and you say it's open for the public to see. That's anybody's, that they can go and look at that themselves.
No, it's not that we have the whole stories on our panels and it's there for everybody to see. It's that you are an intruder. The ones of us who've been here since the beginning, we understand the story and we know the story. It's the same way you guys have disputes over there, and I don't insert myself in them because I don't know the hashtag background behind them, right? But you, right, what goes on your platforms over there is not our content. At least it's not my content. Remember, I'm integrating our for my, it's not my content. But what say you on the things that you're writing about, that you're creating for everybody else's content? That's why you don't know the background. But as you said earlier in this video, you just getting the content in the here and now, and you'll come back and do the content in the there and later. You understand? Because all that matters to you is that it's content. But the truth of the matter doesn't matter to you. It just matters that you got content on what is going on at that moment.
I was focused on one thing, Joy. One thing, not the whole story. Not the whole backstory. I was focused on what Money Boy Trey did and his pattern of sexualizing everything. That's what I was talking about. You guys were up there talking about effing from state to state and all of this stuff, and it was a very heightened sexualized conversation. That's
Oh, I'm going to have to back that up a minute too, because this is something that will harm you if you're in. Remember when I talked about that rape speech? This is what happens when you have openly shared your relationship with the world, and then the world wants to get back at you. These are the things that they say. Let me just slow this down for a minute. I may have to just play the part that I don't want to play. And deal with the consequences of not listening to the other person later. This is bigger than you. It's not about you, lady.
Story. I was focused on what Money Boy Trey did and his pattern of sexualizing everything. That's what I was talking about. You guys were up there talking about effing from state to state and all of this stuff, and it was a very heightened sexualized conversation. That's what
y'all was talking about, effing from state to state, having sexual relations from state to state. Do you hear how she thinks about you and how you engaged with that man? What makes you think that the person that said this in 2023 is saying anything different in 2025? She isn't. Just at this moment, she has picked you up, and in the future, she will put you down. Just like she did Anaya the liar and her husband. Because let's face it, everyone knows that a woman who is married to a man and goes around and engages in the behavior that Anaya did at that time of talking to another man that's on the internet with her husband and engaging, that is just shrugged upon. So to pick that up and say, hey, I support you in this endeavor, and then 2 years later to say, hey, I'm putting you down because this is an inappropriate thing you did, and denouncing the person for the same thing that you were supporting the person on, what's going to happen when your mad day arrives, cousin? What's going to happen when your mad day arrives? Look at what happened to the other young lady this week and how that woman handled her. What do you think is going to happen to you? What makes you so much better?
I was focused on. And to say this, Joy, I just have to keep it real. I did feel a type of way about you not being more, how do I say, proactive or reactive, rather. Reactive when he did say that. Now, you did point it out, like, don't say that. Don't give them that soundbite. You knew yourself how it sounded. You knew it sounded inappropriate. You knew it yourself. So you're sitting here blaming me for calling it out, and you recognized it yourself during that live stream, how inappropriate it sounded?
Ma'am, I'm not blaming you for anything. I'm just telling you what it is. I'm talking about your commentary. You said that you're not going to go back in history. You're going to play it the way you want to play it. That's fine.
That's not what I said. Don't do that, Joy. I said I did not go back in history. I focused on what he said in that moment. I didn't say I wanted to play it the way I wanted to play it. Please don't twist my words.
Okay, so
Please
how was
don't.
the conversation? Okay, so since you didn't go back to listen to it, you only focus on that. How was it hypersexual? What part of it was hypersexual? Telling you what it is. Before the conversation. Before that comment came in, how was it hypersexual? Sexual, sorry.
Because you guys were talking about having sex with minors, and the girl and the lady, the husband impregnating the daughter, and all of you asked me how did I feel like the conversation was.
Go ahead, say whatever you need to say.
You asked me about how I felt like the conversation was hypersexualized. You guys were bringing up the point that this woman's daughter was impregnated by her husband or I don't know. Because I don't know the details, but you were talking about her husband.
Exactly. You don't know the details, but you're making commentary about it.
Having sex with her daughter, okay, or impregnating her daughter. You don't feel like that's hypersexual? I feel like you might feel like that's normal conversation, and that's fine. I just don't.
May I speak on that for a second? That they made that my husband allegation, and this is how
say that, right? So my question is just her saying that she would be
husband.
As grandma account, her grandchild, your grandbaby, that baby over there, never come up here.
And I wanted to correct you, Monica. It wasn't a narrative that was brought out here. It was an actual fun.
Acting like they calling the content creators.
I own that. I can't.
Hey, this is too.
Don't get mad if I jump in your 18-year-old daughter's inbox or send my 20-year-old son to F the shit out of your daughter. You know, stuff like that.
But you do realize that you do realize that this is like, that's their stuff they got going on over there. We don't discuss that with they have saying. Well, I know I don't discuss what's going on over there because I'm not even.
That.
Money boy.
To whom?
He said that about Anaya's daughter recently, and he said that he was going to send his 20-year-old son to F the SH out of Chubbs and nut all over her face. I'm talking about that kind of sexualization and that kind of, like, it is triggering for a lot of people, especially a lot of women, a lot of females, and especially when it involves children. And that's what I was talking about in the live that Joy is talking about, when I was talking about the things that are said and the way that he sexualizes everything, including
I don't know any of this to be true. So we're just listening to what she said.
So my commentary and my content was based upon his actions. It wasn't to take a dig at Joy in any way, shape, or form. And I even pointed out how Joy was even triggered by what he said. And Joy, you got to own it. What he said triggered you too, because you reacted and you responded to it. Don't put that out there about my daughter.
I be seeing this thing turn around. All right, here we go.
You saw. You also said that I could have did more. You got to understand, this is an improv. We don't rehearse. I was just like, oh wow, because
My perception about the way you handled it, my perception about the way you handled it is because I would have handled it differently. And I shouldn't have forced the way I would have responded to something onto you. You know what I'm saying? And like you said, it was public, it was improv. And of course, you don't want to have intimate or angry conversations publicly with the person that you're in a relationship with. I get all of that. And I think I did say in my live that I don't know if they had a conversation about it behind the scenes, but I did say that you seemed very, negatively affected by what was happening.
Does that bring some understanding, Joy, for you on that topic?
I mean, people gonna talk the way they're gonna talk. They're gonna say what they're gonna say. Hey, I'm the one with no backbone. I don't speak up. I don't say this. But at the end of the day, that's what they feel. It's not my place to sit up here and say, oh, no, I was in the back and I said this and I did that. It's not gonna matter at the end of the day. They're gonna still believe and feel the way they want to feel. I was just speaking to her about it because this is like the first chance I get to speak to somebody about some type of commentary that's done on me. Otherwise, I just let the shit be.
Well, they're gonna talk. Since you got me here, tell me what else
No, you know everything you have said and done. I mean, everybody on here think they know everybody. Everybody know everybody's life.
Oh, I know I don't know your life. I don't profess to know anybody's life. I'm just doing commentary, Joy. Joy, I go based upon what I see as an individual. And I many times have to come out here and clarify and clean things up because I don't have, like I said in the beginning, I don't have all of the pieces, and all of the pieces aren't mine to have. This is very private stuff that everybody's talking about. That's why I don't like, well, up until recently, didn't do commentary on friends and family and stuff like that. So,
I'm not here to brow brash you and say, hey, it's we out here. I'm out here. It's public.
Right.
So I can't be like, oh, don't do this, don't say that. I hear this shit, and I be like, I can't do nothing about it. All I can do is take my ass to work and take care of my kids and live my life. Nothing you guys doing on here is until motherfuckers start saying they're gonna call. Oh my God. That's another story. They love to call a nigga job on them.
Well,
go ahead, Monica. Say something.
So as a newbie to your community, the one I don't know what it's called. So can we first go into what sector are you?
Well, honestly, I don't know. They call us the mukbang tea sector, but I think we're more of like the mukbang beef sector because we don't really.
Let's put a personal pin into that. The beef sector. This is a quasi beef sector. I will have to agree because the only thing they try to do is keep conflict alive or talk about conflict or do things that's related to conflict or exploit somebody's conflict or make conversations that come around those topics that was discussed. But the people in the crosshairs are the other content creators or the subscribers of their channels. So this is not like about some, dropping some tea on some celebrity. This is where they have turned the content creator and their subscribers into the celebrity, and they've made the content about their lives, right? And they focus on that stuff. And it's basically about channels that are not afraid to come out here and share with you their truth. Their truth then becomes your commentary or your content. It's the craziest thing, but that's what happens in this world.
Like, we are always spilling tea on each other and beefing with each other. And that's what I see us as, like a mukbang beef sector, unfortunately. But I also think that it's certain people in this sector that are in a sector of their own. You know what I mean? Like, it's certain content creators that can be gone for, you know,
I'm just going to let this play itself out. But let me just be clear on a few things. There are communities. You establish your community on your channel. Your channel is a community. And then if that community branches out and everyone's doing their own thing, you could likely become a sector. Cult-like environments are never sectors. They're just communities that eat up their own, period. They're not sectors. The cemetery is a sector. And a lot of folks, one of the reasons why I didn't agree with the merger and acquisition was that I felt that the sector itself was strong in and of itself, and people were going to try to leech onto that to try to take away its core, extract from it its core qualities. But even as I sit in the backgrounds of stuff, I see that the sector still survives. These other people that are communities, the communities shatter, change, and morph into other things, but the sector remains the same. So it's always good to be part of a sector. If you're looking to grow with others, opposed to being in a community of your own. I myself, I am in a community of my own that is knowledgeable of a sector. And from time to time may have some support from the sector. But as an ancillary, I sit alone in my little community, and I'm happy for it.
It's certain content creators that can be gone from their channels for a week, 2 weeks at a time, and come back and still command and get 300, 400, 500 people in their chat. And to me, those content creators have set themselves, apart from others.
So the mukbang part of it is they're eating in front of you, and then the beefing part is that they're just it's the content, the ones that are eating are arguing with the people that other channels that are eating, or is it because it looks like maybe it's people are eating and you're commenting on the people that are eating? Is that how
And
it
see,
started?
I've never reacted to any of the mukbangers. I've never reacted to any of how I got involved in it is because I used to watch and support the mukbangers. This is how I got involved in it. I started watching like B Love's Life, Prissy P, and all of those content creators, and started supporting them. Then a channel called Tosh Time started doing negative commentary about them. And I started doing what we call dark videos, which are videos with no face, no voice. You just replay the content creators' commentary and point out the lies for the audience. And then you just...
Sounds familiar? Sounds familiar? Sounds familiar? Let me just take it back They tell you what they used to do.
Supporting them. Then a channel called Tosh Time started doing negative commentary about them. And I started doing what we call dark videos, which are videos with no face, no voice. You just replay.
What restraining order? Who got a restraining order? Oh, I don't know nothing about no restraining orders. This is news to me. In 2025, I know nothing about any restraining orders. I guess I wasn't listening too tough to her story.
The content creators commentary and point out the lies for the audience, and then you just start pointing out the things that they're doing to the other content creators. So Tosh Time was trying to destroy Prissy P's channel. She was using B Love's Life to do it, and Truth Hurts was one of her moderators. Love and Gossip was doing commentary on it. So that's how I became acquainted with them. They started doing commentary on me and started, like, they doxed my family. It was a long, drawn out thing. They doxed my family, found out my information, put it out here on YouTube because they were in support of Tosh Time, I guess. I don't know. But it's a lot. And they didn't like Paula. And Paula was one of the people that was riding with me. So they came after me. So I went back after them. Once I found out they were doxing me and stalking my family, I started finding out their information. That's how it progressed. And the reason that I became acquainted with Money Boy Trey is because Truth Hurts pulled Money Boy Trey into all of this. And that's how Joy and Money Boy Trey became and Truth Hurts.
Are you telling me or are you asking me?
Join Money Boy Trey.
She's explaining to me.
Yeah, I'm explaining to Monica how I don't know how you did, Joy. I'm talking about my interaction with all of this. See, everybody's perception of what happened is based upon what they went through individually. See, I don't know when you and Joy and Money Boy came in with Truth Hurts because that was y'all thing. All I know is what I see. I saw Money Boy reaching out to Joy, and I know that Joy was a supporter of Truth Hurts and other content creators in the mukbang sector prior to that. So it's my knowledge that Joy introduced Money Boy Trey to this whole sector because she was a supporter prior. So that's how
Is that a bad thing? Because I wanted to ask you that. Is that a bad thing? Because I hear a lot of different other content creators now saying, I blame Joy for bringing him over here. She deserves everything she's getting right now. What had happened was we were doing commentary. I was watching it. He started coming over. That's not introducing. That's another content creator going to support another content creator. We never set off to say, hey, we're going to blow this bitch up. I know that was a
I do have a clip of y'all. To be honest, Joy, I have a clip. Okay. Boy Trey saying that your intent when y'all came over here was to shake up the mukbang tea sector. I do have that clip.
No, that was after we had got into it with Heidi. There was a whole lot of things happening between that time.
Right, I'm just saying I do have that.
Now, it wasn't just the tea sector itself. And please, that's his terminology that he used. So when you say clip, I have a clip of y'all. That's me sitting on the panel and him speaking like that. I'm not trying to throw nobody underneath the bus because I know they're going to be like, oh, what he says how he says it. He's been like that since I met him. So if you want to use that clip and feel like, oh, I'm about to pop you in your lie, Joy, it is what it is.
No, I'm not saying I
got into it with Heidi. And I hate to say the lady's name, but yeah, we had got into it, and then he was like, well, shit, we're gonna wake these T sector streets up then. And that was between the situation that was happening. After the whole fiasco that happened on Philly Field thing with Rello and all of them and all of that kind of crazy shit that was going on. It was a whole lot of shit happening at one time. So, yeah. So if you got a clip of that, cool beans.
Yeah, I do, but it's no need to put it out. But I do want to ask you a question. Can I ask you a question about Philly Phil? If you don't want to answer, I won't even ask. Just you say no.
I know what to say and what not to say.
So let me ask you a question. Do you think that, oh, I can't ask it that way. Do you think that the content and commentary that happened to Philly Phil went too far?
That wasn't, I mean,
So interrupting Monica here. This is crazy. This is a crazy question. Joy answered it. I came in and gave an answer on top of it, but it's this is crazy.
I don't know how to answer that question.
Okay, I'll take that. You don't
I don't
even
know
have
how to.
But I know how I would answer that question. There came a point in time when Joy removed herself from that kind of commentary.
And that's why I said she doesn't even need to answer it, because I think actions speak, like you just said, actions speak louder than any word that you can say. And I did recognize that you did back away from all of that, Joy. And I even spoke on that.
So why would you ask that question? I don't understand, but it's just weird. But again, it is what it is.
I even spoke on that. So I think that a lot of people, even whether they want to admit it or not, recognizes certain things like should, for us as human beings, be off limits when it comes to talking about other people's lives. So I respect what you're saying about your daughter and how you didn't like the commentary that I did. But in my head, and I just want to explain this to you, that in my head, my commentary wasn't about you or your daughter or your relationship with your daughter or your ability to protect or not protect or whatever your daughter. My commentary was solely in my mind. Now, your perception was different because you are her mother. That's your baby. And I understand that. You get what I'm saying? But my commentary was solely based at what I saw in Money Boy Trey. So if my commentary triggered you when it comes to your daughter and, your relationship with your baby, who was beautiful, might I add, and I mean that, she is absolutely beautiful.
Mia
I apologize for that because I never intended to make you feel away or put your daughter in an uncomfortable position. Okay. So I want to say that to you. And I'm saying that publicly, as a mom, as a grandmother.
Right. I appreciate
and I know you
that.
love your kids. I see you love your kids. You reign.
Or as a hypocrite, take your pick. Wonderful person anyway. That's why she my cousin. But
That's why she good.
That's why she
I want
my
to say this
cousin.
to as well. I didn't want to really. It's not that I don't want to answer that question. I can't answer that question because I can't. That was his commentary. That was his platform. That's what he decided to do. And I know a lot of other content creators that will do the same thing on. So, but then again, it comes to a point. Isn't that non and void saying it went too far when she actually went on a panel with them?
You mean at the end when she was saying that when she apologized and stuff, and when she said she wanted to be left alone? Or are you talking about that day?
Yeah, because my thing is, I've been on YouTube for a while, and I see this, this open door closing, come back in, come here, hey friend, let me love you friend, fuck you friend. And so I can't say it was too far in commentary anymore because everybody started coming back together. And I'm not saying they came back together, but it's like a non and void situation because she ended up getting on the panel with them. It lasted about 24 hours, but I wasn't there for it, but I'm like, I don't know what to say because everybody started loving on each other again. And then they say F each other the next day.
Well, he said at her and it was all a play, but we all tried to tell her that it was all a play. But I think at that moment, Philly Phil was just, it was a lot on her, and she was just looking for like individual, her personal peace. And I can't question her for that. I don't judge her for that. Although I disagreed with it, it was still for her. And I can't, like, I think everybody was upset by it and angered by it and felt a way about it. But the ultimate thing that I had to focus on was that that was her attempt at getting something for herself.
And
So go
yeah,
ahead.
so when I jumped up there, I was asked to come up there. And yeah, it was pretty different because I at that time I wasn't even speaking on or speaking to or even watching that content. So when I was asked to come up there, I did because I'm trying to get an understanding. And I was going to ask you that as well. Is it the level of who you like and who you don't like? Because at this point, me saying I just really need to like get all of this stuff in one basket before I even say anything. But then I have commentators like you and other content creators saying, "Oh, you need to come out here and you need to say something." And I'm like, "And you need to own your shit." Like I keep telling y'all, this is not my business. So why is it different for her to get her piece? And my piece is to be like, "Hey, y'all got this shit. If y'all feel like y'all winning, y'all won." But it's like it's different because everybody want me to say something. What if I don't have nothing to say?
I think the better question is, what does the public want Joy to own up to? What do they want her to be accountable for? So hello, confidential. So I look for accountability, and Joy just wants, what do they want me to say? If you go around with other people's tongues in your mouth, you're never going to find the appropriate closure. You need to always look at a situation and find out, what is the resolution? What can bring this to a resolve? Again, the only reason why I'm saying this, for those who are just joining me, is because I have no intentions on saying anything else to Joy ever again. And it's not because of something that happened in Vegas. It's not because of anything that people did. It's because she couldn't stand for our relationship as hard as I could stand for it. And I gave her I gave it a long time between when I said anything, giving it moments or giving somebody moments to reflect on this and try to fix it. In addition, I long time detached myself. So I'm just listening back to this because this is the thing I listened to when I went to go debunk somebody who was saying, "Oh, I only came on your platform to speak to JJ." When this is the conversation that took place way before JJ got up there and acted out. And I will tell you that due to the Wi-Fi issues, when I get to that part, it'll be a part 2. Because I won't do it today under these circumstances. But I will get through the Joy part today because this is the thing that's been heavy on my mind. But I just haven't had the time to come back out here to the YouTube space and deal with it. And then I saw a subliminal message or cheap shots being taken in the nighttime. And I was just saying to myself, what, girl, bye. Let me just let you know what time I'm on. And it's not no time like, oh, get over it. I needed you to get over a lot of things. I needed you to grow up in a lot of ways for a lot of this stuff. I needed you to understand that I was my own entity. And just because you see some people that you don't like around me, it's okay. I'm a big girl. I'm going to handle myself accordingly. What say you about how you handle yourself? I'm not going to allow nobody named Unspoken Purpose, afraid of everything, to pick me up and put me back down in a situation that ain't got nothing to do with her. I don't need YouTube bodyguards. Life is bigger than YouTube. Period. Life is real, right? You sitting up there and you writing about it in a post. Is that what therapy has done for you? Let you understand that life is bigger than this YouTube? That you don't have to be up here crying and carrying on to try to salvage relationships with people like John Frank and Tro Gears. Because, see, if you had that kind of stability at that time, you wouldn't have needed to come on a platform to have a discussion. You would have been able to say, I asked for that. I put myself in that situation. See, it's what am I to be accountable for is the question. Not what is it they want me to say. Because that's just a cop-out to be like I'm pacifying the people by giving them what they want instead of doing what I need to do for myself.
I think the role that she played, I think the thing about it is when you sit on a platform and Truth Hurts is going, Joy, let me tell you something. I'm going to say this to you. Truth Hurts is going to be in the same position you're in. I don't
The delay around here be real. Here we go. Was 94 years old and on home hospice at the time. So when Joy linked up with Moneyball, that boy Trey over there, when she linked up with that boy Trey, we weren't that much talking. I was in my personal life. She was doing her own thing. She met this content creator, right? And I came along, something happened, and I had to go get a video for her to prove that Joy didn't do something when she was on my platform. And in the mix of that, I found out she had a new co-host, right? And I made some comments to Joy personally, by email, by text messages with her on my opinions of what I saw at the time. And they got back to him. And he got enraged. And being that he was at about 800 subscribers at the time, I told the Kanikians, right, the people over here, pay it no attention. Don't go over there and sub to his channel. But since he was talking about me, they went over there and subbed to the channel. We had some exchange of words about dead folks, my dead mom, his dead baby mom, that on my part was inappropriate for what I said, for what might have been what happened to her. I don't really know, but nevertheless, I didn't have to be insensitive with my statement. But I didn't watch. most of their videos that they put out about me. I saw a 6-minute clip that I aired on my channel, and I was just like, I don't got time for this. I'm taking care of my dad. I had other priorities, and it wasn't YouTube at the time. And let me be clear, because UP did a couple of videos over there about me. And all I saw was the first video up until the last 18 minutes or so of the video. So I didn't even finish watching the first video. So whatever she said about me in video number 2 that made people call me, video number 3, videos whatever, I haven't heard them. And the reason why I haven't heard them is because of this. I protect my peace. This is just the way that I go. Maybe somewhere down the line I would listen to the video, but not anytime soon. Same thing occurred with Joy, and you may recall that there came a time when Karen and I were listening to a video of what Joy said back in 2021 and discovered that Joy was talking on Karen in addition to me. Now, I would ask myself now, why was Joy talking about Karen and me? She's talking about Karen and I because that's when you know you messed up. When you see the person that's your friend with another friend moving on, right? That's that whole inability to break up and keep it going. So that's what occurred there. When she saw me with Karen, she lashed out at Karen. We listened to that video for the first time, and it was an eye-opener for Karen that there was no turning back from. Me, I've been more subtle and forgiving just because that's my nature. But not so much in Karen's perspective. But imagine if we knew what Joy had said back in 2021 in its entirety. Would there be a reconciliation? Would there have been a reconciliation? Would there have been, a meetup in the first instance, right? I think highly not, because I feel like Karen would have had no flexibility for Joy, like she has had no flexibility. The one time I saw Karen be as sweet as humble pie was when the video came out, the one that sounded like there was a suicidal moment that everybody was so enamored about. And Joy, Karen asked me to do a conference call, and I did. And Karen was so humble. It was disturbing to me. And when I listened to it, I was just like, all right, this is enough. This is enough. All right, here I go. So when he blew up and blew over and got over, I had no idea what was said, what people were thinking. And when I ask people to this day what was said, nobody can point me to what was said. But we all know he got there because the Kanikians had to watch. So that put him over the top. And that's why, the statements are, he got to 1,000 on the back of Monica. It's because my community at the time went over there and subbed up. And we definitely more than 200 people, or they took more than 200 accounts over there to push him over the top. So that's what happened. When this year, late last year, when I came on a platform, when they wanted to find a place where might be a neutral ground and have a conversation, I went in there and I said, no, it won't be mine. So you hear this? And this is very key. The reason why there was even a conversation between me, Joy, Trey, mad, and I can't think of the other guy's name, Gabe. The reason why there was a moment on that platform is because they had asked, they were wanting to respond to something, and then it was like, where would be a neutral platform in order to have that discussion? And they were suggesting my platform, and I went right up in there and said, no, that's a negative. And I was treated with respect. I'm not used to going to places and people disrespect me like I experienced when Hyde got to come up there on the on that other platform and get to be like, put your camera on, and acting all out of pocket when he know better. But I don't, it is what it is. But I don't blame anybody for his inappropriate behavior other than he. And he said, like, this was a business. It was nothing personal towards you, Mo. So I took it. It's a lot that out there. Well, I took it just as that. It was a personal business. It wasn't personal. It was a business thing, and I've left it like that. And I've tried to just be neutral in the space and get to figure out who he was and who Joy was hanging around and what was going on. So all of these topics that's coming up, sexualization, all this stuff, this is all new to me. And listening to this from different perspectives, I might pick up different thoughts on the topic. But that's our beginning, and that's how I met them. And I hope that's the best brief summary without getting into details.
Well, I appreciate that. I was just talking about when Joy was asking, why a lot of people still focus on her when she's not even a part of Money Boy Trey's platform any longer. I was explaining to her that sometimes you can't get away from the people that you did dirt with.
Didn't
people are just going to always
have a statement? Tell me who you walk with, and I tell you who you are. Like, I grew up with that. Tell me who you walk with, and I tell you who you are. You wear the burden of the people you hang with. In law, they call it, what is those? Who you consult with, co-conspirators. Like, it's time. People
and
see
that's
you.
That's the way I view Joy. And I put it in the past tense. I said that's the way I viewed Joy, as being a co-conspirator. And I think that that's the way that eventually everybody that sits with that is going to be viewed, as a co-conspirator. And the reason is because I don't think that you guys understand how much hurt this man has placed on so many people's lives. The vile, disgusting things that he says and does are not forgotten. And I think that that's why when people say, oh, let's ignore it, let's walk away, a lot of people can't, because their lives have been negative, or their channels have been negatively affected by it. And he's, how do I say it, tenacious. He's tenacious with it. He just won't let go. It's like a dog with a bone that picking, and people are not going. They're like, enough is enough. It has to stop. So
is that the basis of the content?
That's all the content is. I think when Joy was over there, there were other things like toxic masculinity and stuff like that. But here lately, I mean, I guess he's trying to go back to other things, but it's not happening.
But is that due to the audience? Because when a person is driven by the numbers, right?
Right.
It's the audience that you have. And if you are infatuated with, how do I keep this, and that's still true for today, in today's time, because if you listen to her, right, she's always saying, well, there's 102 of you in here, please hit the like. So like, it's again being focused on the audience, who you're reaching, and how you're reaching out to them. Yeah, I just feel like we seen in so we'll people will say so and so is bullying somebody. I now believe that they can identify the bullies because that person's exhibiting the type of behavior that they would do themselves. And it's easy to call it out. Or the person is exhibiting the behavior but not going as far as they would go, and they go and take it a step further. And that's when the trolls enter the equation. Number of people, like 200 in the room, the 200 that's in the room are attracted to this type of content. But when you shift it to something else, you might only get 30 in the room, and that's not conducive for some people. So we blame the content creator for producing the content, but there's an audience willing to listen to it.
Right.
So how do we blame them? Because he's producing something that somebody wants to see, which ergo then allows you to have something to opine on, you know, or give commentary on, because there's a group. What I'm describing to her at this moment is a circle of life about content on here, right? This is a chain of events that happens. He produces the content that meets the needs of his audience, his subscribers, and then she comes in and feasts off of that same content in order for her to thrive, right? So it's a circle of life. Believe it or not, each one needs the next party in order to thrive, or you just don't exist. For people that want to see it, and believe it or not, it seems like the group of people that want to see that are the same group of people that will come over and listen to your commentary, because they're like, oh, stuff, I'm over there, let me see what people are thinking about the stuff that I'm consuming. Or do you think you got a different audience from the one that's over there?
No, I think we all share audience. I think even with this whole J4K sector, I think like all of these audiences are merging and everybody's sharing an audience on one level or another. I just you know what, I don't read the chat because it's somebody I want to address in the chat, but I'm gonna let it go. But if you can't call nobody a stalker, you can't call nobody a stalker when you're the only.
All right, so she's addressing Nunya in this clip right here. This is gonna be a Nunya moment.
One out here, when you got everybody's commentary, when you the person that eggs stuff on with Philly Phil and everything, Nunya. Like, you calling me a stalker, ma'am, but you out here with everybody's content, behind the scenes content, spreading all of this stuff about everybody still to.
But imagine if she had teamed up with a Nunya and had a Nunya on her team, what she would be thinking about about the Nunya connection, right? So is it unfortunate that Nunya is perceived to be this way in her commentary that we're about to hear? Only because Nunya is in somebody else's space. But if Nunya was the weapon that she was able to weaponize or be able to benefit from, would she want a Nunya around her? Because I remember in the last video, I was very clear that she said she did not have any team, right? She didn't have any team. She didn't depend on other people for her commentary, etc., etc. But then you hear her speaking of, I use the material I received from so and so in order to construct my response to you. It was based on the receipts I received from this one person. You can't say that you're not codependent on something when you are codependent on it. And just because you say that you're not doesn't make it so.
Day, still to this day, you stalking this woman that says, leave her alone. And you came in my chat, and you're the whole reason, Nunya, that I even did a live about Money Boy Trey talking so disgustingly about Joy Chit Chat's daughter. You're the only reason, your big mouth behind.
No, you did a live because of what you told us earlier. It's content. It's the content for today. It's the content for tomorrow. Like, it's live content. And you did it because you are opportunist and you saw the opportunity to do it. So you did it. You cannot say that you, like, how could you even justify being triggered by Nunya and it makes you create a certain content? I would not do that but for Nunya. The but for event, like, come on, you're a grown adult. The same thing that you try to tell other people about. But let's see how this works out.
Is the only reason that I even did that video. And now you're over here stirring the pot. Go somewhere, ma'am, or sir, or whatever you are, because you're an antagonist and a liar.
Well, remember the time that one day at band camp, I think it was in May of 2024, when they were supposed to be figuring out who the Nunya account was and gonna reveal it, told everybody that's what they was gonna do, had the receipts for it, etc., etc. That's another one of those timelines that went and got busted. Here's what's important. Today, when she speaks on the Nunya account, right? You won't hear her saying, I still got its identity and I'm going to reveal who it is and what it was, because it's not the commentary in the current day and age. But if it ever becomes the commentary again, you best to believe she's going to be right front and center to tell you that she got something. But here we go.
Anyway, like I was saying, I was talking to Joy, and that's one of the main reasons I don't read the comments. That Nunya person is an obsessive individual. Obsessive. Leave Philly Phil alone. Leave this stuff alone. Get out of my face, ma'am. You're a weirdo.
Is Philly Phil still being commented on?
Yeah. Her face was just up on the thumbnail. She was just in Truth Hurts Live the other day. They just said that they were going to do all kind of commentary on her, but I'm not talking about that. That's
Wait a minute now, because Nunya is my OG. So we go way
Well,
back.
I was gonna ask
2018.
Nunya who's the obsessed stalker, like what? Because you read it and believe it's directed at you, so I guess I'm gonna ask Nunya. Nunya, is that directed at her?
Of course it is. She's always everywhere, stalking me, stalking my commentary, lying. She's everywhere. She's a human gnat.
So, Nunya, what would be an example, since you said liar, what would be an example of a lie that you just heard, or you just calling her blankly a liar?
Okay, we're not talking about her post though. I'm talking about her following Philly Phil. Philly Phil has posted stuff, and Philly Phil has even said in her live streams, Nunya, leave me alone. Nunya, stop following me. That's what I'm talking about. And nobody cares what you have to say, Nunya, until you need to show your face. You're out here, you and the clown. Y'all out here acting.
I'm saying the same thing. I feel like some people around here need to show their face and one of it would be an unspoken purpose. That's why I'm reluctant to say much, because I'm dealing with something that I don't even know what it is, or even if it, it reminds me of the Wizard of Oz right now, and it's just the guy behind. They're going to see the wizard, and then you find out the wizard is just like that creature that I put up there on my thumbnail that day.
And crazy and putting everybody's everything out here. Show your face, ma'am, if you so big and bad. You done doxed everybody else and put everybody else's information out here, ma'am. Show your face, ma'am.
I haven't seen Nunya put anything up about Philly Phil. I know Nunya be more focused on what's going on with the J4K, what they be lying about, jumping on panels and lying about, like currently with the Cottonmouth chick. Bam.
Mm-hmm.
Now, this is the same Cottonmouth chick that recently, when I was on Karen's platform doing a live stream, and Joy asked again, requesting for the link to join it. Getting her up there on the live stream, only for her to be behind the scenes talking to Cottonmouth. So in this video, she's Cottonmouth. But in any other day, she is any other day, she's a butterfly. She's behind there sending her text messages. Oh, her lying and stuff like that. Oh, somebody sent me the Matthew's scripture, serving two magistrates, serving two masters. Yeah. Serve yourself.
What they be lying about, jumping on panels and lying about, like currently with the Cottonmouth chick. Bam.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I don't know if you see those. You don't see those community posts or videos that, because that's what I've been seeing. I haven't seen anything about Philly Phil.
Mm-hmm.
I might be wrong. You seen something? Unspoken?
I listened to what Philly Phil said. I was listening. I don't watch.
So you never seen Nunya. Oh, so you never. So you never seen anything Nunya put up about Philly Phil?
I saw Philly Phil share the posts. I was talking about what Philly Phil was saying in her lives and in her videos and stuff. That's what I was talking about, because I don't go to Nunya's channel. She's not in my algorithm. Even when I type her name in, it won't come up.
All right. Pause a moment. I just want to do a pause moment. So Nunya came back in the chat and clearly said, I never doxed anyone, you liar. So I guess that was why the liar comment. But let's see what happens with that.
She comes to mind though.
Well, I think that I know which videos I saw. So I saw that video, the one you mentioned about the Joy's daughter, but I didn't see the full. I didn't see it in its entirety. To be honest, I couldn't get past the point of talking about Mia X, so I just had to. I stopped in the middle of your commentary on it, and I should have just went a little bit further, but I couldn't. I couldn't because she's personal to me, because I know the child, so I couldn't. Again, describing how one protects their peace, right? Protecting the things that you consume. I didn't consume the negativity.
And I understand that.
Hearing your explanation today makes it a little bit clearer. I could probably even listen past it now, but I just couldn't, because to me that was, that's my little girl. But that situation.
So listening to commentary like she was effing her uncle, effing him night and day, like that's.
You never heard me dancing to the songs. I don't do those music.
Oh, okay. I'm just questioning what's.
I mean, I've been in that. Yeah, I've been in that environment. I've been in there. I've heard the song. I think I heard the song when the song got told to stop playing, and then I realized what it was. But no, I, I. When you see me there, that's when you see me there. What you see me speak on is what you see me speak on. I don't think you've heard me speak on any of these people. The Philly Phil. Now I spoke on the
Look at Nanya,
comedian
was
guy.
triggered. You
Nanya
spoke on
is cute.
CMA. Nanya, you're a little triggered, huh?
I spoke on CMA only because he did the interview. I seen CNA when Joy and them. So again, this guy conducts an interview with Trey about the relationship with Joy, and I said he was messy. He in turn, what I'm hearing in 2025, just says, you gave negative commentary about me. It's my opinion. That's all. I saw something. But you said something to so and so. I ain't got time for it. But here it is. Let's see what I said back then. But that's my position today. Just in case it was a little different from back then. This is my final deposition on it. First broke out into the fight, and I thought he had made some good points about meeting a new guy, because that's the point I was at with this stuff. And then I revisited with CMA now when they was doing the commentary when his mother died, when his mother passed away, and I listened to that because I wanted to hear more about him, and I got a better insight as to who he was. And I saw the interview. So I saw his interview with Money Boy Trey, and I didn't appreciate it. Then I saw the interview with the Fly Lucci, and I saw the other interviews, which gave me now a different look at, or a better idea who that boy Trey is. So, when you're learning people, you got to watch stuff in order to learn them.
So let me ask you a question. Did it improve your, did it enlighten you in a way that bettered your opinion about Money Boy Trey, or clarify some things for you about why he does the things that he does?
I don't know.
Or was it more confusing?
It was a better place for me to help Joy as she was transitioning away from him.
Mm-hmm.
So did you hear my answer? It was a better position for me to help Joy transition away from the relationship, which means that we were having discussions about her moving on and having had moved on. Because I can't sit here and tell you that I've ever had a conversation with Joy that she wanted to be back in a relationship with Jeff. I really can't say that that's what we were talking about. I think there's a devastation point of the way that she felt humiliated with the breakup, and this is just for the UP person, right? When I said in my video that this happens every December 30th or whatever it was, that's what I was saying. I wasn't saying that this happened that year. I'm saying that every year around that December markation, right? When you get to, if you was building timelines, if you were really building timelines, you would have understood that the timeline for their breakup was at the end of the year. It was for the new year that he made the post that he was no longer in a relationship with Joy. So then here you go 2 New Years later, and he's putting up a post and saying that, or he's doing a live stream and posting on TikTok or on X that, hey, this is Joy and this is us in a sexual situation, an intimate moment, right? Happened at around the same time. In y'all words, it would have established a pattern. In my head, I'd say that there was something that was triggering. Now, we don't know what makes that period of time so significant, but there was definitely an established pattern of when things transpired. It was around the same season. Just like this video now is done in June 2025, 2 years later from when it was done in June 2023. And I think this video of me sitting there is early in June. Had I came out here and gave a response, it would have been like almost days apart. So it's so close. So sometimes if you're spiritual, you will see that the universe aligns back at the same time with the same issues. They resurface around the same time. So me doing more being more mindful of my environment, I picked up on that once I looked at the dates. So there's similarities. You understand? I can clearly point out the benefits of everything that's going on for her now, opposed to what I could see might have been going on then.
Mm-hmm.
So I want you to know that she's pretending to be distracted by the chat and stuff like that. But these are the moments when you can tell, or I'm feeling like this woman is really not getting it, or really not, like, it's those moments that I just know that this is not a good look. Right? And you'll hear me come out and say, what's our takeaways from here? Because I'm trying to judge the getting a pulse of the situation and seeing where people are at. And I can immediately understand when I ask for, when I do a check-in to see where we are emotionally. I don't know. I honestly, I feel like he probably could put out some good content.
Mm-hmm.
If we was dealing in that toxic masculinity space, and really be a good conversation, like you can really have an objective, you can have a good argument with him. If your goal was just to argue a topic and come in with a position and have, even if your position was opposite his, it would be a good conversation. So what I'm basically saying, if you came here to do the business of the platform and he was talking toxic masculinity stuff, and you had an opposing position from him, you can have an engaging conversation. Is basically what I said in a nutshell. So it's somebody you could engage with if it was only for business purposes. It's not someone that you should have engaged with to have a sexual relationship with. You cannot mix business with pleasure, is my perspective on having relationships in the workforce. And some of these people treat the YouTube as if it was their job. Because I wanted to have one on just the whole theory of Adam and Eve, right? With him, and really go to scripture and have that discussion. But at the end of the day, you know, you can only do but so much up here when people all have had different experiences with folks.
Right.
It's a lot of personal stuff here. If this was really treated as a business and people didn't take things personal, my feelings right now is if you came to somebody on here with a real good argument on something that was a subject matter, if you won the argument, you're going to get doxxed. The next videos about you is you're a hoe this, you did that. They're gonna call your job this and this and that, because there is a thing about being a loser or not coming out on top of a discussion that yields a consequence against the person that made you feel a different kind of way. I see that prevalent all over here.
Yeah. Because
even speaking on, like, I spoke directly to Mad, and I'm gonna use names, and probably moving on, I'm gonna use names and remind me to come back to the helmet with you. But I spoke directly to Matt because I was like, hey, Matt, put closure on this.
Mm-hmm.
And it was like, what is she doing? Monica's making this problem for us. No, I'm making you own the position you want to take. If you don't want to mess with her, tell her so. Period. End of story. Don't leave her hanging on here like that's it, because the relationship was been over, right? The only thing that was left was the business. And she was still trying to be part of the business.
So can I ask Joy a question? If Joy, the conversation that happened behind the scenes, behind the scenes with Truth Hurts, is it being depicted properly? Because I'm not going to ask you the details. I'm just going to ask you what the people are saying. Is it being depicted properly? And I think America wants to know, were you actually suicidal? Because Anaya said yesterday that you were suicidal.
We covered that before you got here, but yes.
Oh, see, I didn't even
I'm just
hear
saying
it.
we covered
that
it
goes
before.
I didn't.
Well, I'm not saying yes to the suicidal. I'm just saying yes, we covered that before you got here, but I don't know if she wants to go back. If she wants to answer.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Joy.
She might be talking to Nanya right
something.
now.
Why you think
No, I'm not talking to Tanya. That's the kind of stuff.
Now you see how sarcastic this woman is. She might be talking to Nunya right now. When I asked her to call up Karen, and try to get Karen to come back on the platform, she gonna be like, she might be talking to Nunya right now. But also look how prefixed on the chat unspoken is at these moments.
Stuff that I be talking about. Like,
I'm just playing. It's a joke, Joy.
girl, because I'm like, I was
Are you
doing
talking to
something.
Karen to get Karen to come back?
It was a joke, Joy.
She's not coming. But yeah, I'm gonna leave that conversation for another day. That whole situation.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. However they remember that conversation, I'm gonna let them marinate on it. And as far as the Maya conversation,
There was a response to it before you joined in. So I want to say, like, we're at the 5 hours. So in the 4 hour marker. So basically the question that was out there is that Joy, Karen, Monica, and a whole bunch of people was on Trey's platform, and Trey cut the live stream, right? Then there was a conversation that ensued behind the scenes, still on the StreamYards. And Anaya alleged that Joy recorded it and played it back for her to hear it. And I was asking if there was an audio of that event. So that's what giving you the background. Because see, when you're doing a timeline and you're going back in time on something, you should be able to put in the missing pieces to develop the context of what is being said. So that brings you up to where we are in this discussion. You'll hear there's a room. Because I asked the same question. Well, I didn't actually ask the question. I just made a statement. And basically, I'll make the statement again. If you ever feel that way, please tell me. Because I don't want to be around. I don't want to get the call that anybody on my watch is not here no more because of something that I could have helped them sort through. Okay, so this right here is my comments on if Joy was suicidal per the conversation she had with Anaya. So now we know that there was a 3-party conversation that included Anaya, limited edition over there, and Joy, wherein Anaya contends that Joy was suicidal. And all I said to Joy is, if you ever feel that way, please let me know. Because I don't want nobody on my watch. And that's what I said. And that's how I felt all the way up into the day when that video came out. And I was listening to, remember I told you about the conversation that Karen was like, let's call, limited edition over there. Let's call Joy, get her on a three-way after that tape dropped, or that video, that short dropped. I said, okay, fine. And I was listening. But because I didn't hear, I'm just going to put it like what it needs to be put on. I'm not going to say that the situation was not stressful for Joy. I'm going to say that I've never heard any inclinations that she was at the end of the world. Like, I'm going to end it all. I never got that impression from her. The conversations we had, she sounded very strong to me and very determined in which she was doing and where she was at that point in her life. Nothing was worth ending anything about. Nobody had any conversations about that, but there were conversations about being overwhelmed with listening to this stuff. And I will say that, or at times feeling overwhelmed. And there were some times after the John Frank, Gears, Monica Joy conversation. Karen was not there, thank goodness. But during that conversation, that I felt like she was stressed again. But I think she was more stressed. When I reflect on it now, I think she was more stressed because she wanted to be up there and have a conversation, and it went against the people that supported her. Period. And that is, when you're trying to please other people opposed to pleasing yourself, any decision you make for yourself is going to seem like the wrong decision for the people that you're trying to please. So I don't know if there's merit in it, but I'm just saying that.
And the reason that I asked the question, not to cut you off, the reason that I asked the question is because I wanted to get a better understanding of what Joy was going through. Because if Joy is, like, I don't ever want to be in a position to do any kind of commentary that triggers anybody in any negative way. So I was just keeping it. And a lot of people had concerns about that, especially behind the scenes, like with me, and they reached out and they're like, oh my God, like, if that's true, like, don't. And I just wanted to make it clear that I'm never in a position to do any commentary on anybody, especially if it triggers them in that way. So I just want to be respectful of whatever it is you're going through. That's the honest to God truth. Not trying to be messy or shady or anything. Just want to be respectful of whatever it is you're going through.
I think her statement was that she was taking care of her spiritual self in the midst of all of this, and that's why she wasn't answering questions that were specific to the stuffs. Karen, welcome back, and I need to apologize to you for cutting you off in the midst of what you wanted to say. It was not intended to shorten, to make you short. I just wanted to be able to hear, and but I'm gonna let you do what you do, because Unspoken said she allowed her people to get at me, so to let you have your freedom as she let her people have her. If you just don't know, this cable company tonight's gonna be its night when I go off, when I get inside the cable place. It's gonna be on and popping. It's definitely gonna be on and popping when I get inside the cable place tonight. I see where it says excellent. All right, here we go. Yeah, you know I don't care. I sorry, I don't care. I sorry, but I'm not sorry. If I was y'all, let me just say this. I've been on here long enough to know the answer to this thing when it's buffering is folks are gonna say it's buffering because they're trying to flag my channel. No, it's buffering because the Wi-Fi is fucked up. And that's all I could say about it. I even tried to run testers through here. So I'm backing up on something else. But we'll just continue. Let me go back. I'll take it back a notch. You do, because Unspoken said she allowed her people to get at me, so to let you have your freedom as she let her people have her freedom, and I'm going to respect that.
Come on, Karen. I got my bulletproof vest on.
Definitely much needed, because baby, I be over here like, first of all, Monica, every woman, most of these women can handle what's coming at them, right? And so that's cool. I'm with that. I'm okay with that. I'm cool. All right, bet. So now, Unspoken.
Yes.
I just want to know, how did you become familiar with me?
When you hopped into Nicole's Perspectives Live, because at that time, Nicole's Perspective was going in on myself and another content creator. And when you hopped into Nicole's Perspectives Live and you asked her that question, and everything popped off.
Now, mind you, when Karen first told this story about going over into Nicole's Perspectives channel, two key things stand out. She said there was only 2 people in there. I don't know if Karen is still here, but Karen said, and I believe I just recall her saying there was only 2 people in the room in the wee hours of the night. And that's not to be degrading the woman's platform. That's just to say, how you want to say you was there and you saw her do it? Like, so you're one of the 2 people. Karen was there too. Like who were the 2 people? There was somebody writing in the chat. So that would mean there was more people in there. I don't know. It's so many people claiming to have been there and saw that thing go down at night that I don't know how it could be possible if there was only 2 people in the room. But that's just, me. I got girl math. Rewind that though. Here we go.
Going in on myself and another content creator. And when you hopped into Nicole's Perspectives Live and you asked her that question, and everything popped off, I started paying attention to the content at that time. That's really how I became, I was watching Nicole's Perspective because I watch all of the content creators that do, commentary on this stuff. Sorry, y'all, got this.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what made you one day say that, and this was recently, right? You was like, she seems to be obsessed over Psycho. And I'm like, now, where did you get that from?
Who?
Psycho. And I'm not going to even, y'all can give her another code name if you like, but I'm giving it Psycho because that's what it is.
All right.
It's sexy a Psycho.
Sexy ass grandma account. The sexy ass grandma.
Oh, okay. I said that okay, so the reason I said that is because I knew that I wasn't a part of the J4K sector or as you call it, the cemetery. I wasn't a part of that. I didn't know anything about it. And I knew from basic knowledge of who Nicole's Perspective was and how her channel moved in and out of Truth Hurts and Love and Gossip's platform. Because I had a little history or I was able to research a little bit of history of her channel, especially when she was coming for myself and another content creator. I was able to research that a little bit. And what she, I knew that she wasn't a part of the J4K sector, nor did she know any of them. So her first introduction to them was you basically hopping in the chat and then her going to do her research. That's how it happened.
She knew a lot of detail. She knew a lot of detail about me when I just simply asked a question. Okay, so here's what I'll help you understand if I can, right? I was the first one around here with perspective on my name, right? So when she was over there, to me, it spoke the cemetery. And in other words, she tried to basically duplicate me, but put some twist to it. Okay. So as I'm noticing this, and see, that's why I feel like unspoken, you don't know me, right? You don't know my history. You can't possibly know it because that's something that I would say. Meanwhile, in the wee hours, while everybody else in the world is asleep, these broads is up here live and doing whatever. You know what I mean? So basically what the cemetery has done, they went and got this body. I don't care who it is. They went and got this body and tried to take something from me and utilize it for them. You see, so when you come out here talk about, oh, she seemed to be obsessed over, I'm like, but wait a minute, you obsessed over Trey and his co-host over there, his worker.
Yeah, I could see how it could definitely look like that.
Right.
But I know for a fact too that that you could definitely be able to surmise that opinion about myself and my content. Now, I don't knock you for feeling that way.
Right.
Yeah.
So I'm just saying, so for you to come out here and say that, you trying to confirm something that's amongst the cemetery, and that's not cool.
No, I was giving my opinion, just like you
Yeah,
gave.
but you got to understand something, unspoken. You have a broad audience, allegedly, right? And I'm saying allegedly, and I'm putting emphasis on it, allegedly. So if the cemetery ain't getting nowhere with what they got going on, why would you call yourself trying to push that narrative for them?
It was my perception because I knew that
it could have not been your perception if you don't monitor my platform, which you do not.
I don't monitor your platform, Karen, but I do watch Nicole's perspective. I'm talking about the knowledge that I had of her prior to you. That's what I'm talking. I'm just talking about my basic knowledge of her, not you. I don't know you. You're right. I don't. Yeah, and I don't know the J4K sector either.
And you clearly don't know it because when the trolling hit for you, it's from the cemetery, right? And you ain't going to see it coming because you focused on other things that they want or whatever assignments they may just be giving you. You see? I would just say, because listen, you're a woman, you're a grandmother, a mother, whatever you are. Okay, great. That's good news, right? But then how do you come trying to bash, in the calmest voice, women that you don't even know? That is mothers. That is, could be potential grandmother. You feel me? Like what message are we sending to these masses?
How did I bash you? I'm confused.
Because you got upset one day because all I asked you to do was quit mentioning me. That was my bottom line to it all. Don't mention me. You went over there. Oh, you just mad because No. First of all, you don't know what you're talking about. I never asked you to stand in my defense. I never even asked you to speak on me. So how do you get to fix your mouth to say, oh, you just mad because I ain't standing up for you or I'm like, what are you talking about? That's not normal. Unspoken, it's not normal.
What's not normal?
How you behave on your platform. When you're addressing women you know nothing about. Trying to push a message.
But you don't know anything about me
and then that's why I don't want nothing to do with you. You're no different. Listen to me, unspoken. And I mean this, right? You're no different than the broads that are already in the cemetery.
Okay. I don't have, because you know them. I don't know them the way that you do.
And that's your problem. That's a problem for you, whether you see that right now or not, right? That's a problem for you because you don't even know what they're capable of. But you're sitting here trying to, I don't know, be a spokesperson for the cemetery. I don't know what you're doing.
Wait a minute.
the Wi-Fi for me. I cannot believe it. The devil's always busy. I need him to get a step behind. Let's go. We'll just go back to a KK. Let's go. We'll just go back to a KK moment.
Okay, come on, Unspoken. We ain't gonna go there.
I'm speaking up for
The main
who in
reason
the
you're
cemetery?
speaking on Karen, Monica, and Joy, and I don't care about nobody else, is because of the cemetery.
The main reason I'm speaking on Karen, Monica, and Joy
Yes,
is
ma'am.
because of the cemetery.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. And again, I said this in one of my videos recently. I said, listen, you have yet to have a conversation with us. And that would have been so much better than trying to give commentary on us so we can have an understanding. You get what I'm saying? Like, why would one speak on one? If you don't know me, like that would have been like if I just came out here and just started speaking on you. You'll be like, who is that? I don't even know her.
Mm-hmm.
Whether I'm giving you accolades or not.
Mm-hmm.
If I don't know you, I just don't know you, and I don't want to get to know you. And I'm okay with that. I think for me, you show me the behavior that you have.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And I'm only one person, you know.
Right.
Not a lot of people think like me. So don't feel for 1 minute that I'm taking something from you, because I'm not. I'm just removing myself.
Oh, no,
from the
you
equation.
can't. I get
Hold on,
that.
let me finish. I'm just removing myself from the equation. That's all I'm saying.
And I respect that.
Okay, thank you.
Karen, did you hear her explain respecting your wishes, not to mention you, but she gave why she may have to reference you
Why?
in historical, but she could explain that again. But you didn't
Okay,
hear it because you
Yeah.
left. So
Why do you need to reference me?
Well, it's for basically reference means that you were a part of the conversation at the time when things happen. It's for historical value, and it's to keep the confusion down as to, like, I don't like giving people like nicknames or anything like that, because I don't want to be disrespectful. When I say somebody's name, I don't call you the condescending name that the people in your community might call you. I call you by your name because my intent is not to disrespect you or your platform. So I use your name so people will understand who it is I'm referencing, where they can find the content that I'm referencing, and whose channel to go to if they want to educate themselves on the matter any further. That's the
Right.
reason that I mentioned your name, is because you played an active role in some of the events that I'm speaking on.
Mhm.
So I don't want to
Well,
say
you felt-
it and then have people confused about who
I
I'm
got it.
talking about. That's
Yes,
why I
ma'am.
say it. That's why I say your
So
name.
you tried to insinuate to Monica, right, and asking her a question. So basically, KK, the one who was following the broad with no trademark. I'm like, what are you talking about? That happened just the way I told you all. For some reason, y'all have a hard time believing the truth. I already spoke and said, right? I'm the one went over there on my own accord. But here y'all are keep finding pieces that are not there and trying to add something.
No, okay. Can I interject right here? Because I know
Yes, go
exactly
ahead.
what you're
Absolutely.
talking about.
Do your
I know
thing.
exactly what you're talking about. So last night when we were having the conversation, and I was saying to Monica that we were trying to figure out how you came upon even going to Nicole's Perspectives Live in the first place. And I told Monica that I watched a video of you on your channel saying that you saw her first in Trey's live and in Truth Hurts live, and that you didn't even know Truth Hurts, but you knew Trey. That's what I was explaining to the audience. I was explaining how you got there. I didn't say that anybody sent you to Nicole's Perspective Live. I said that you found her because you said that somebody sent you something and said somebody in.
So that somebody was me unspoken, so you can help hopefully clean that up with your audience. The somebody is me, and I already made that clear. That's why I know you don't know who I am, because you don't know what I'm capable of saying and what I mean when I say what I say. I'm to the point unspoken. I don't break anything down for these people to understand anymore because I don't know who I'm talking to. The cemetery has like infiltrated the whole sector, trying to keep a J4K alive forever. For what? When her mother ain't doing it, her sister ain't doing it, her family ain't doing it. So why, who gave y'all that assignment to try to keep a name alive forever? We have people in our real lives, you hear me unspoken, that has lost their life. Are we sitting on here, justice for my uncle, cousin, brother, sister? Are we doing that? No. So why keep a cesspool, toxic sector or community alive when it should be dead? I named the J4K sector wannabe, whatever they are, rejects. I named them the cemetery. They're like dead men and women walking, just walking past their grave sites.
I get
Instead
that.
of hopping in them. All they have to offer unspoken, I'm just letting you know, because you obviously haven't been asking them questions, right? About who they are, because they made you probably feel, and I'm saying probably, feel that they were bringing something to your platform. All they're bringing is toxicity, trolling, and doxing, and whatever else they humiliated the rest of us with.
Okay, I'm listening.
Listen, I just don't want to be following or being a part of y'all commentary. I don't want y'all followers. I'm not looking.
I'm gonna pause it there for a minute. Truth be told, in this very stream, right, that same behavior that Karen highlighted, let me just go back, occurred in here by JJ, right? He came in here and engaged in the same behavior. That's going to be a different stream, but
Us with.
Okay, I'm listening.
Listen, I just don't want to be following or being a part of y'all commentary. I don't want y'all followers. I'm not looking to be promoted. If I'll get promoted, I'll do it on my own. Y'all don't understand what you guys are getting yourselves into if you are in fact not a part of the cemetery already.
So can I just clear one thing?
So what Karen is being very clear with, what she's saying is, I believe you've already been amongst us, but you're coming out here acting like you somebody brand new, and here you are. Or if that is true, that you brand new and you ain't been amongst us, you about to get some of this treatment. I don't know. Did she cuss out? Oh, let's see.
Up
Go
before
ahead, do your thing.
because in the chat is being said that I'm lying about what I said yesterday. I said that, so you're saying that when you said on your channel that someone sent you to, and you saw Nicole's Perspective's name in Truth Hurts chat. I said,
hold on, I want to clear this up for you real quick, and I hope I didn't lose your train of thought, right? I want to say that the first thing was Trey sharing her out in a community post, okay? And then I happened to see her in Truth's chat. And I was like, because for me, it's like a perspective. I don't think so. These people are not individual thinkers. They are not originators. So I know she didn't just come up with that on her own. Think about this, right? I went into your platform and asked a question. You turned that into a crime scene. How did you do it? I have no idea. But to me, it was all part of the play, like I would say around here. How did you go from two people allegedly in a podcast to now you want to show me your new numbers today? I don't care. You don't hold no weight in my life, and you need to understand what that means. I helped build you. Okay? Now take that and fly. Don't try to find a reason to compete with Kay, because Kay don't care. You don't see Kay all up and through there.
Okay. But what I was talking about was what you said, and I could only go based upon what you said. You understand what I'm saying, KK? Because I don't want
I
to.
hear you. Again, I also follow that up when I say someone sent me, that someone is me. Listen, unspoken, don't nobody.
Right. This
Hold,
is. Can
hold
you
on, hold
please
on. Let me
just?
finish. Let me finish. I followed that up with they sent me is myself. I am my informant. And that's the part that you missed out on. I am my informant. Hey, unspoken, I can do something better for you. I can show you in my phone where I took my own screenshot. Then what? Huh? Then what? Because y'all keep putting out, oh, she said somebody, and y'all keep thinking it's Joy. Joy never sent me to that
No,
platform. Joy didn't even know her.
Someone was calling out Joy's name, but I don't know.
But hold
who it
on.
was.
But unspoken, no, but unspoken, you knew the bra with no trademark, though. You were over there doing videos on her prior to me even pulling up asking about a trademark.
KK, when I say that I have a clip of you saying that someone sent
Play
me.
the clip, unspoken. Play it.
Wait a minute. I understand what you're saying. When I say that I have a clip of you saying that you, so basically what you're saying is that what you meant by that is that you obtained the clip yourself because you went there because Trey shared Truth Hurts Out, right? And that's how you went there and saw her in that chat, right?
That's a possibility. I can't.
Own informant. But the only thing that the person harped on was that she said somebody sent her something. So it could be that people listen to content in the fast forward phase. It could be that, she didn't hear it in its entirety. But she only wants to focus on what she sold to her community, not focus on what the truth is, right? And then she wants to give a distinction between how she processes the truth based on what she heard. But can't stop people from what they heard.
Yes, ma'am. I am my informant. Can none of these airheads help me with anything?
Now I understand.
Yes, ma'am. Absolutely. I am my informant. I know what I'm looking for. I'm not looking for what everybody else is trying to put out here for you to feed into. I'm on some other stuff. If you going this way, I'm going that way. You see? So again, I want you to help clear this up for your audience. Joy never sent me. I told you guys this. I don't know why y'all so hard on believing the truth with the TH at the end.
So that's why I'm that's why I was trying to I'm sorry, I read something in the comment section. It's okay, because people are texting me at the same time because they're saying they're not subscribed, so they can't comment. But that's okay. I just wanted to get that clear that I did hear.
I must have been in outer space somewhere that day, because I actually opened the chat up for those people that wasn't subscribed to the channel. So that's an indicator that I didn't want her subscribers. But what I should have did, I should have stood my ground and been like, well, if they want to chat today, they need to subscribe. They could take it back. They could do whatever they want to do at the end of the day. But, this is, again, just throwing out that olive branch.
You say that, and you're clearing up why you said it. And I understand it. I understand where you're coming from.
So yeah, that's crazy. But hey,
Here's the
I
thing.
gotta figure whatever y'all doing out, because again, I don't want to be a part of the nonsense, and that's what it is to me. It's absolute nonsense. I mean, instead of people ever trying to come out here to make something happen, to evolve, it's always an epic fail. Epic fail. We sitting around here, we're bashing each other. Our culture is looking stupid and sad as all get out. You know what I mean? Like, when we gonna make something happen for the better? Instead of worrying about digging in other people's lives.
Can I interject for 1
that.
second? I'm going to open up the chat. If you're going to troll and disrespect, stay where you was at, because then I'll close it back down. But if people have constructive things to say to contribute to the conversation, you're welcome to do so. Just because I was treated some way the other day doesn't mean I'm going to reciprocate that. at some point, this negative treatment to each other has to end somewhere.
I don't feel like I'm being treated negatively though. I have to just, I gotta disagree with that. I think that KK has a way of getting her point across, and if even if it takes, you know, multiple times for me to hear it, that's what it takes for me to understand it.
Absolutely.
So I get where, you know, where she's coming from. She wants to get her point across. And the fact of the matter is, I want to understand, or at least attempt to get an understanding of what she's trying to say.
Yes,
So I
ma'am.
don't feel attacked at all.
No, and
Yes,
I
ma'am.
didn't intend for you to feel that way. But
Yeah.
I was just saying, because I'm opening up the chat to people coming into the chat that aren't subscribed. I'll let y'all, you know, I'll let y'all in. But I'm just saying, like, just be respectful in here. If you troll, I'll close it back down. Because I don't need to be called a side hoe in my own stuff. This is my house. I don't want to expect to be disrespected in my home. And like I said, I try to treat people the way I want to be treated where I go. I can only do this. I can only model the behavior that I want. That is a very important statement. Modeling the behavior that you want other people to give to you. Very important.
So, you know, that's all well. I mean, I don't know.
Yes,
I guess
try. Yes,
Mm.
try. Karen did say someone sent her. When people are using the word they today, it can constitute you. People refer to themselves as they all the time now. So I understood what she was saying. That's why I said we needed to revisit this again, because she was her only informant. And that's what I was saying yesterday. Karen has made it clear that she's her informant.
So when you say someone sent you, you basically talking about energy, like you were guided there by some, you know.
No, that's not
No?
what that means. So that's what I'm saying.
No, I'm asking a question.
And I know, and I'm gonna answer it for you, ma'am.
Okay.
That's
Okay.
all. So again, you don't know me from being around this. I don't know if you know me or not. Let me just say that. In my time, right, I would say somebody said, or somebody, you know, this, or somebody whatever. Bottom line is I'm talking about myself, because I made it very clear that I'm referencing, when I say somebody, I'm talking about myself. Nobody said, hey, KK, go over there and get that. KK, nobody sends me anywhere. I do me. I need y'all to understand that I'm not a group of cult, whatever member, whatever these people are. I'm not none of that. I've been standing my own ground since I've been on YouTube. And I'm going to continue to do so. Read my about section. Everybody knows something about my platform, but they never know the about section. I'm not planning on being what I've witnessed these people be since I've been on here. So, you know, it's all well though. I don't let these people move me, because I hold my own weight around here. And obviously they don't know what that means. That means you don't have an investment in my platform.
Hey, Money Boy. How can Up say that Nunya steals content when she has files on everyone she harasses?
Okay, this was annoying as hell, because she just picked the troll account and said it was this man and was speaking to it as if it was this man. This is the craziest troll sightings I've ever seen, and it happened right here in my own house.
Hold on.
All of her
Hold on,
content
Unspoken.
is
This
other
ain't your
people's
platform.
content.
Your hand don't call for that.
I'm sorry.
You don't, hold on, let me just say something to you. And this ain't my platform either. But for you to be reading Monica's chat, this ain't
You
your
had my
camp.
name in the comment.
But it doesn't matter. This not your camp. You do that on your platform. And that's another thing y'all got a problem with. Listen, Monica, you got it. You right.
I don't know the etiquette. I guess I need an etiquette class, because I don't
Clearly, because
look.
you up here like this, your camp, and it's not.
I don't know the etiquette over here.
You all over the comment section, the chat, or whatever. I'm supposed to have your undivided attention. This is how we get resolution. This is how we get understanding. You sitting here addressing Nanya. Nanya is Monica's supporter, not yours.
Nanya was talking to me though.
It doesn't matter. If Monica didn't address it, why are you speaking to Nanya?
I was trying to answer a question.
You don't do that. That's not for you.
But okay. All right. I guess
Listen, I've spoken, so we can get this out the way. Anything else you would like to ask me so I can bounce and y'all got this?
No.
So we'll have an understanding, so we'll be straight.
I guess we're straight then.
Okay, thank you.
All right. It's okay.
I don't know who got files on whom. I'm just beating this stuff.
I do. I got files. They all on my computers and hard drives and stuff. I got clips and videos and files on all of the content. But that just goes to show that I'm diligent in what I do. I'm not going to speak on something if I haven't heard it or seen it. And then when I do make mistakes, I will come back and clear them up. But
So
apparently,
what makes you different than This is crazy. People say if they do make mistakes, they'll come back and clean it up. I'm still waiting on people to say I wasn't the person that called husbands and stuff. So, they never come here and clean it up because it's all about content for clicks and views. That's all this is about. What Nanya does. What's the difference?
I don't think that there's anything that makes me different than what Nanya does, but I didn't call Nanya a stalker first. She called me one first. That's why I put it right back on her. Like, how can you call me a stalker when you take everybody else's stuff and use it and share it and go into their members only content and bring it out to the public and all of that stuff? How can you call me a stalker when you're doing the very same thing? That was my point earlier with Nanya. You can't call someone one thing when you're doing the very same thing, unless if it's true for me, it's true for her. You feel me? So one stalker greets another stalker. If that's the case. Well, we're doing commentary. I do commentary on people, so it is what it is.
So, I think my popcorn is here. So, so both of you do the same thing, but because your position is because she called you a stalker, you were just answering to the stalker.
She called me a stalker. She does the same thing that I do, and she's a stalker too. If I'm a stalker, she's a stalker. Flat out. How does she do anything differently than I do?
So y'all in the same boat otherwise. I think that's what the comment was saying. If I misunderstood it, y'all just like anybody.
She should have said we're stalkers. To keep it real, Nanya, if I'm a stalker, you should have said we're both stalkers, unspoken. I stalk everybody's content behind the scenes. I go into their members only and I repost it on my channel. I'm growing my channel based upon everybody else's content. So Nanya's a stalker too. Just own your stalker status, Nanya. It's no big deal. It's no big deal.
There you go, T. You can have it. Pick whichever one you want. All right, we ordered some popcorn as a fundraiser. That's the most expensive popcorn I ever bought in my life. All right, well, I think I hope everybody got an understanding. Do you have a better understanding about me at this point?
Oh yeah.
I think this live was very, very helpful. Very helpful.
Uh-oh. The very helpful is like, oh, okay. I'm a little bit
No, it was helpful in getting me to understand, the some of the dynamics. It was very beneficial for me to get to understand Joy's position in a lot of this stuff. And it was helpful for me. I mean, I could go down the line. It was helpful for me to get an understanding about how y'all feel about my content, about her daughter and stuff like that. So I'm here to learn. I'm here to educate myself.
Um, I appreciate it. I'm still going through. I don't really think I had a chance to really peruse your content. I just went through the other lady's content because, as you know, I had you confused when I was making the comparison between the helmet and the Brewster places. I had both of you integrate. Y'all just represented one person basically to me in my head. So I was
Oh
trying to
Lord,
get to
don't say
know.
that out loud.
Well,
That'll
I
make
was
that
saying
person very
like I didn't hear. Like, I was hearing stuff, but I wasn't seeing stuff. So I went to do my own due diligence, um, and that was it because you should do your own due diligence on stuff. But I did hear
yeah.
you on the platform because I believe that is Loca's video about the PP situation, and you joined in with your position on how you was seeing that interview. And yes, I did ask where were the other videos so I could see what changed. Like, how did the opinion change? Okay, so this was good context for me. So let me just give you some background. Unspoken Purpose, the account, saw me on a platform at a time when they was speaking on her. And the bottom line is I was coming home from work that day and I called in because the channel holder said, if you would like to see the video that I put on private, send me an email requesting the video. So I went and jumped on the panel and said, could you send me the video? Because I would like to see the video. It would help me be able to build the context around what happened, right? And I didn't get the video. But I asked that because I didn't want to send emails to people. I'm very cautious in having external conversations with these people. I'm going to call them ancillary conversations on things. Not wanting to be, the way I see it is if the commentary behind the scenes is going to come in front of the scenes and be put out here as an exposure or whatever later down the road, I might as well just have the conversation in the first place in the open scene. So here we go. Change from where it was in January, February to where it is now. Like that's I did want to see the transition to get a better understanding. The video that you opined on me being on the place and calling you the helmet and stuff, I think I got up there to say I need to see the other video that was put on private, and the quest was if you would like to see the video to it will be emailed to folks. So I went publicly because I don't want to have email exchanges with a bunch of people on this internet so that it later could be photoshopped, crypt shopped. I don't know what they do, but I try to limit my communications unless anything that I feel is going to become public eventually. I'd rather just do it in the public in the first place to prevent it from becoming public. So I was just asking publicly, can I see those videos? Because I wanted to see what I was missing as it relates to the storyline, because I was missing something.
She's not gonna re-release those videos.
I knew I
It's
figured
never
that
gonna
out.
happen. It's never gonna happen because it shows the timeline of how they came for Joy first. So it's not gonna. She's never.
But here's the people with all the receipts. Why you don't have this timeline of her coming for Joy first? And then this was supposed to be a whole thing because she was going to do a timeline for Joy, and Joy got upset with Karen and myself because we didn't want to be part of that timeline. And it ended up resulting in her discontinuing the timeline. But that's not really what it is. This woman never really puts out a timeline. She eggs people on to believe that she's going to put out a timeline. The suspense has people going there. And then every time you turn around, something major, traumatic happened, traumatic happened in her life, and it ends that session and they move on to something else, or something else comes on and she gets sidetracked, because there's never going to be an end game. You're never going to get a real timeline of these events, because at the end of the day, she told us at the beginning of this stream that it's just the content in the here and now, and she's only dealing with the issues in the here and now. How can you do a timeline to fix something when later down the road you discover that the information that you first started out reporting on is inaccurate? So it's never going to come to fruition that you would get an honest, clean dissemination of the facts of what actually happened. What you just get is a bunch of streams filled with innuendos.
Never gonna re-release that. It proves, like, that video proves it. So she's not gonna re-release that, unfortunately.
Yes, I doubt that video proves that. I just want to be very clear. I doubt the video that she's looking for proves what she just said that it should prove. I'm sure it has relevance to some other thing that she wants out of it. So to throw smoke up people's behind pots, you'll just tell somebody, hey, this video is going to give you this information, in hopes that it gets leaked. So that's the video. I was up there, so you was very upset because I called you the helmet. That's how they referred to you. So
yeah, that's fine. But you know what? To be honest, Monica, I think a lot of people, I'm not, how do I say this? I'm not one of those people that like name calling and slurs like that. It doesn't affect me because I know me and I know who's doing it. I pay attention to the people that create the names, their lives, how they live, and the things that they say don't insult me on a level like others might think it should. So names like that don't.
She pays attention, but she did not pay attention to the fact that Karen says she's her own receipt.
Don't bother me. They actually, to me, tell more about who the person who's calling you that is.
All right, but why do y'all want to tell me? Well, I'm a refrain.
Well, the name, the helmet came
from
them.
doing it, so it's just
no, it's whatever. The name, the helmet came from them because they say I'm slow, and they called me the R word. You know, they said that I'm delayed, I'm slow, I'm unintelligent. I don't know how to properly articulate. They put me on a short bus, me and the supporters, saying that we were all, you know, learning disabled and we all needed helmets, and we're all like, so I just felt like it was a dig against, you know, an entire community. I don't focus on it a lot. It shows who they are, not who we are.
Understood. You know? We refer to you as the woman who doesn't speak but speaks all the time.
Who doesn't speak but speaks all the time. I thought that was funny.
So
thought that was funny.
I don't really.
I actually thought aspects of the helmet was funny too, because I'm just gonna keep it real. I'm one of those people that can laugh at myself. It's like when they call me fat, I'm like, okay, that's a fact. I'm fat. Like, certain things don't insult me. It just doesn't. So
yeah, but to be quite honest, on my part, the special ed equivalent of being a helmet is something I know better than. So, you know, That was unnecessary, and I apologize for doing so, because that really is not.
Okay, okay.
No, I'm a parent. I represented parents of children with special needs. I was an IEP parent, so, and I sat on there, so that's not the image I would want to have out here on me. You know, just the way things are.
Yeah, I don't think coming against any protected class of individual.
people.
Yeah, it's like kind of it's so when they say it, it's like I tell everybody, let them keep on saying it.
So are you a protected class or aren't you? Like, that's just a question, because if you're not in the protective class, does it really matter then at that point? But if you are in the protective class, then I guess it does matter. I mean, this is what common sense would lead one to say after hearing such an exchange. But again, if you're not a thinking being or a person who engages in critical thought for oneself, you can't draw these conclusions, right?
Because it shows exactly, their level of intelligence and what they've been individually exposed to. So
for the record, just for the folks in the cheap seats, yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying now, because in retrospect or in hindsight, looking at it, it's just not a good reflection on me, period. So But
you didn't know the origin. You said you didn't know the origin. So
no, but now knowing it, like, when you know better. So that's just but I did watch some videos that they put. Again, I'm distinguishing my own set of personal values in a discussion with someone who doesn't have personal values, that has folded to the way the environment is. I'm still trying to rise above the environment and keep hold to my personal values. It's the same as when people are talking about their spiritual beliefs on here and so on and so forth, right? They're sharing with you their personal values at this time, or at the time that they're sharing it, even if it's changed from where they've been. The one thing about being, I'm going to use the word born again, but being revived or being put in a new place, right? Or seeing yourself from a new perspective, is that there's always going to be that person or those persons that come back to remind you of who you were. Because my friends think that I'm not the same. The minute you separate, they can't take. You understand? That's the terminology that they use out here today. But the minute that you stand up and show your individuality and really stand in what your truth is now, right? Or you demonstrate your growth, you've got some people that want to hold you back from being that new you. Don't let that happen. But, it's unfortunate. It occurred together about you, like the court case and stuff like that. So I did see some of those over on, you referred to, so as referred to the clown. So as referred to the guy.
Well, he calls himself that, an evil clown. So I don't think that that's a dig. And his avatar is a clown. So he calls himself the evil clown. And I don't say his name on my channel is because I don't want to promote him, because like a lot of the doxing information happens on his channel. Like you're talking about the court case. That's a lot of the things that I don't want to lead people to. Like, I don't have a problem talking about my life, but I didn't bring it to you.
So she doesn't want to lead people to that storyline. She also says she doesn't say people's names because she don't want to build up the channel, but you want to tear down the people in the process. Like, just ask yourself this: if someone's feeding you information and then they don't want you to go find out for yourself, what kind of environment is that you are participating in? You need to always, or at least ask the question, well, who is that? Where can I find that for myself? Be your own person. Crazy. I'm gonna go back 10 seconds because I don't know how delayed we are. So I'm gonna go back 10 seconds.
Like you talking about the court case. That's a lot of the things that I don't want to lead people to. Like, I don't have a problem talking about my life, but I didn't bring it to YouTube. It should be my right to bring stuff like that to YouTube. They brought it to YouTube.
But isn't that the case for all of us? Don't we all want to be the owners of our own story? Because I know when I brought my story time to here, people have taken it, run with it, and made it into whatever they wanted it to be. But it's no longer my story as told by me. But that's everybody's right, and a lot of folks take those rights away. And the same right she's talking about for herself that she's saying has been taken away from her is the same thing she does to others on this platform. So again, you're not breaking the cycle of the inappropriate behavior. You're contributing to the cycle of the inappropriate behavior.
As an attack. And when you say when people are losing, that's what they do. They will bring your information to YouTube, and that's what they did. So
yeah, I see. Did you address this YA channel as being when you was reading the comment, did you put a name on that when you looked at the YABOI? Because I thought I heard you address it. Okay. I heard you address
Money Boy. I thought it was Money. Yeah, I thought it was Money Boy. Because I've heard Money Boy say that like verbatim on his channel. So I thought it was Money Boy.
You know, that's what, yo, the Kanekans, they are good troll makers. That's what they do for a living. That's why, like, I was on your platform. I really didn't read the chat because I think if I would have read the chat, I probably would have lost my I would have lost my focus on just hearing what I needed to hear. And that's so a reminder, this is a discussion that I'm having with Unspoken Purpose. The day after I appeared on her panel, and I believe it was Too Strong and Tanya who were going in on me while I was on the panel. I take away a lot from this conversation. I appreciate that you had me on your platform and actually extended that, because I probably would have got sniped in the chat by just saying the simple things. And I stand on what I'm saying about my content being played. I would like to know when it is utilized. I'm not really authorizing utilization, but there's not a format right now to protect your content from going other places. So I just would like to know, because I like to reflect on me. I'm a work. And another point of information, just so we being clear, right? I was on her panel because when I walked into her room, guess what she was doing? She was playing my content, and it was sped up and done all kinds of crazy ways. And then she was speaking on it. And I was like, well, wait a minute. One, if you had asked instead of being a thief in the night, you wouldn't have to go through doing it like that. And I'm just giving, like, so when a person says, like, I wasn't on your platforms like you was on my platform, my initial roll up to her platform is because she was stealing my content. It was unauthorized usage of my content. So that is a reason to pull up, and show out. But it's also trying to stop the way they currently do business on here. In progress every day. These people that think they're perfect, so be it. So I take constructive criticism where it's dished out.
Mm-hmm.
So I was definitely surprised to be in there and hear me. I was like,
Can I ask a question?
oh my God, what am
No,
I
I
doing
said
in
that
there?
was I said,
Well, I know you
what
said
did
it
I
was.
do?
I wanted to ask a question.
Go ahead. All right. Before we let Joy ask a question, do y'all want to hear Joy's question? Because I've learned that being on these panels with Joy, it's a circular conversation. If you know, you know. And this is going to be the start of it.
So would this be considered UP as clout chasing and looking for views? Because that's what they said about Monica.
What
Can
happened?
y'all still hear me?
Oh, no, we just heard you now. You mean the clout chasing comments and looking for views comments and stuff? People are going to think the way they think. I can't stop people. Like, you can't stop people from saying negative stuff about you.
So my question is like, I'm not blaming Monica for everything that's being said about me in the chat or anything that's being said on the panel because
That's a lie. That is a bold-faced lie. That is a misrepresentation of what occurred after this live stream. She went right in over there and blamed me for everything that happened to her, everything that's said to her.
I recognize that she's an individual, you're an individual, I'm an individual, KK's an individual. That's why I don't. And like I look at Latanya and Too Strong, they're individuals too, and so is everybody in my chat. And everybody has a different way of addressing things. And that's what I respect. I respect everybody's individuality. So as far as them calling her a clout chaser, that's what their perspective of it is. That might not be a perspective that I share, but that's still, everybody still has a right to say what they want to say.
Listen to the language. That might not be a perspective that I share, but there is not a blanket that is not my perspective. It's always what they don't say that's important.
Whether you agree with it or not, that's just the way I feel. I can't control what people say. I don't want to control what people say. I want them to have their own voice, whether I agree with it or not.
Maybe this was her feelings 2 years ago, but I think we've seen a stark change in wanting to control folks. Maybe sometimes a person has to hear themselves saying this is not what they want it to be, but this is what they've become. So this is a reflecting moment. Maybe it'll wake somebody up to see how they've changed drastically over time.
So
No, what I was saying, no, I wasn't, that wasn't, I was asking you, would you be considered a clout chaser and looking for views since you're over here on Monica's platform today? Hello?
you said what? I'm sorry. Repeat that, Joy. I didn't hear you.
No, I wasn't referring to your panel yesterday. I was referring to you as your own content creator.
So this is Joy really being aggressive here, right? This is a passive aggressive move. She's saying like, "Yo, are you cloud chasing? Because today you're on Monica's platform, but yesterday Monica was on yours and she was deemed to be a clout chaser." But see, people have a different opinion based on if they think they the high end of the high end.
I was saying, would you consider yourself a clout chaser and looking for views? Because that's what they always say about when somebody else speaks to another channel holder.
Do I consider myself a clout chaser? I would say no, because I don't really care if I get subscribers or like I don't really care about that kind of stuff, but I do care about the content. I don't consider myself a clout chaser, but I don't use that word very.
She didn't sound very convincing that she didn't consider herself to be a clout chaser. I feel like it was those moments where her brain was working and was like, am I clout chasing? I think she was having some reflections.
Very much, though. I don't even consider myself as being a possessor of clout. So for somebody to even be on my panel, I don't think that they're clout chasing. That's just my perception. That's my view. I don't feel like you can gain clout from being on my panel because I don't feel like I have clout
It sounds like double talk
to give you. And that's just my truth. So
I'm gonna tell you my biggest takeaway today, though, which comes from your breakdown of that video again, is really re-examining my content that's out here and what its future message is. So I appreciate hearing your thoughts, because sometimes we feel like we did these lives and they stay here, but what do they really represent later on down the road? It that's my biggest takeaway. This one became a receipt. Giving analysis on a video later on down the road. This one became a receipt. It became an example of, it's just a receipt. Video and say, hey, this is my commentary today, and this is what it looks like. It's sexualized, and I don't know what other folks' big takeaway is, but that was my big takeaway. Joy, you got a takeaway? UP, you got a takeaway on this discussion?
I think, how do I say this? What is my takeaway on all of this? I think that we actually, I think I gained some clarity about a few things. I think that, how do I say this? Because I don't want to, I think I'm going to have to, just let me be honest here, okay? I think that I have to be honest about not being able to give you guys what you might want from me, which is not saying certain names when I'm doing content, or not referring to certain people when I'm doing content. I might not be able to give that to you guys all the time, but knowing that you guys don't want me saying your name, or if you don't want me mentioning you in certain aspects, I will definitely attempt to edit myself when it comes to saying names. And my question is, if I can't say a name when I'm referring to certain content, because you know we're going to be getting into it real deep here in a short little while, we're going to be going back in time a little bit. What would you like to me refer to you guys as? I'm not going to refer to KK at all, it seems like.
You got more stuff on me?
No, I'm just talking about when in reference to reactions or response, or, commentary. When I say Joy chit chat, you just want me to say nothing, or like just because the problem with that is that people might think that I'm talking about somebody else, and then I might have to come out and clear some stuff up. Because I already know I'm going to have to address some lies that's being told in the chat, and some things that's being said. I already know I'm going to have to put some receipts out about some stuff. So that's what I'm talking about.
This is funny. I'm Monica Mo Justice, short for Mo Momo. Everybody calls me Mo. So I want to know when somebody's talking about me. I don't like to be the side hoe and all those other things. So I'll take Monica Mo Justice. I'll take Mo Momo. I'll take Mo. I'll take anything. I can't sanction a person from speaking.
I know. I'm just trying to be respectful.
Yeah, I mean, I can't sanction I wonder when it crosses over to being disrespectful. I can't, but I think people again don't understand putting out fact based discussion versus opinion. Uh, It seems like it's not really understood what those conversations look like around here. But I'm Monica Mo Justice. Mo Mo Mo.
So if it's a fact, if it's an opinion, okay, so let me ask you a question. Let's go back to the whole since I'm right here in the chat and she's still in the comments. So when you say fact-based discussion versus opinion, we just had this conversation that KK did say somebody sent her, but the facts for her were that nobody actually sent her, right? She went over there herself. But the facts for me in my head is I heard her say somebody, you understand what I'm saying?
Yes,
I heard her
yes, I understand that. But now
for
you
a fact.
know, right?
Now
So
I understand how she's so
how
my
she's using it.
factual commentary was that I heard her say somebody sent her. The fact of the matter is that's not what she meant by what she said. But anybody's interpretation of that, if they don't know her, and I don't know this person, right? Anybody's interpretation of what she said would be to report on what she actually said, right?
Okay. And so now let me just take that to another level. It's for us over here. We consider it knowing your audience. Okay. Karen is speaking to a specific audience, and that audience knows what she's talking about. You are not her audience. So when you're opining on it,
Even they said she was saying that. Even they in my chat yesterday were saying
here comes Karen for take 4.
that she did say that.
It I would have to go back to who was in the chat, right? They've been in your room calling her cuckoo and all kinds of stuff. They know how she speaks and they understand her and they understood it. But they're in your space where you don't understand it. So they they put their spin on it in your space because they're gonna go along with your narrative. I mean, at the end of the day, this is gonna be one of those things that get me in trouble with people. I would have interpreted the same way 2 years ago before I got to know Karen. So I would have been in your same position sitting here going, duh. But knowing her and having heard her explanation, I understand it.
Well, can I ask a question? Because is it a fact or opinion when she said the females were I'll be trolling?
The
You breaking up.
the fact is Karen said that. But the opinion that supports that fact is that it meant such and such. So you can have a fact. This is what we heard, but this is what it meant. Because you're looking at something from its literal point to what it actually meant. There's two different things.
I don't know if Unspoken is looking for clarity for the cemetery or what. But Unspoken, you keep going back to that, right? But again, I can show you in my phone where I got my own receipts, okay? The date, the time, and everything. I did not know Joy and was not speaking to Joy. Seeing that Joy could have been the only informant and we're eliminating her from that equation, who else could have sent it to me, Unspoken? Who else? There is nobody else. I don't rely on these people. That's why I know you don't know me.
Right, I don't.
Yeah,
and
I know.
For the
And
record, we're not sending Karen anything. Karen is out here getting her own stuff. Joy and I are not sending her stuff.
Well, okay. Well, I get that now. I understand all of that. I understand what you guys are saying right now, but I was just focusing on what I heard. That's what I focused on. And that was, that's why I'm saying it's not, if I'm reporting on what I heard, my interpretation or my knowledge of that person, I don't know you. I'm just like reporting on what I heard you say. I don't know what you
And
mean by.
I just cleared that up. And how many
I
times?
know that,
Mhm.
Karen. I
Okay.
know.
Okay. All right.
The question is that fair? But I get it. I
No,
totally.
see, listen, it was some bait out there, okay? Someone put that account out there in its place. They wanted to make it all justifiable by saying Joy sent her over there. That's how she learned about it. No, the perspective with the Ed and the TM is what put me over there. Trying to duplicate me or trying to be like Kay. You see?
He didn't know you though. I'm just letting
That's
you
what you
know.
believe. That's what
No,
you
that's
think.
what I
How would you hold
know.
on,
I know
unspoken?
this.
How would you know that?
I know that
Unless you
Nicole's
know the
perspective.
individual. How
I
would you
know
know
for
that?
a
Hold on,
fact that
unspoken. Let
Nicole.
me finish, please. How would you know that unless you know the individual?
Do you know her?
I don't know the broad.
Then how do you know she did?
Because she's not an originator.
See,
She's
but
a
the
thief.
thing about it is
She's
you
a thief.
asking me the same question.
Okay,
If you
unspoken.
don't
She's
know
a
her,
thief.
if you
She's
don't
a
know
thief,
her,
and it was confirmed that night.
if you don't know her and I don't know her,
Okay.
how do you know that she
Okay.
did? If I know she didn't and you know she did and we both don't know her,
I don't know
then
if
how
you
do you
ride
know
her
she
or
did?
what, but listen, I'm not interested.
See, now you're not interested because you got to answer questions.
Because
Now you're not interested because you don't have the answers.
No,
But
unspoken.
if you don't have the answers, just say you
Unspoken.
don't have the answer.
Unspoken. You keep looking for something that's not there. And the answer I've already given
Exactly.
to
And
you.
that's exactly what you're doing. You're looking for answers that's not there because that woman did not know
I'm
you.
not looking for
Does
answers.
not know you.
You have the questions, right? I gave you the answer. That's not good enough for you, though.
You
want
gave
to
me
hear?
your
You
answer,
want to
not
hear?
the
Hold on,
answer.
hold on. This is what you want to hear. You want to hear that Joyce sent me. It's not true.
You want to hear that Nicole's perspective is responsible for all of your problems and she's not.
Okay,
that's what you want to hear.
Okay, so how many times? Okay, so if you feel that way, unspoken, seeing
that's the way it is. You want to put this all.
That clearly was a misstatement of anything, because how is that woman responsible for any problems that Karen would have had? What Karen went over there for was that she saw herself being duplicated. But do you see how someone can just try to twist the words and be like, hey, this is what you're upset about? No, she's upset about the fact that somebody tried to duplicate her, and I'm using her language to be concise. Someone attempted to duplicate her on this platform and didn't expect her to ask or inquire about it. And honestly, I still feel like the inquiry was innocent if the actions of the other person weren't intentional or malicious. To ask somebody, how did you get your trademark? Is not something that's malicious. It's asking a question, how did you do something? But for a person to come back and take that in a malicious way only tells you that their intent by using it was malicious, or that they were surprised that they were picked up on whatever they did. Because maybe it wasn't malicious to use the TM herself. Maybe she didn't understand what it was or what the implications of using it would be, especially for someone that is, getting their own TM themselves, right? It's just it's an interesting conversation, but this is an interesting twist of the facts. I went back 20 seconds so you can hear it again for yourself and then make your own determination. We'll keep moving from there.
Hold on. This is what you want to hear. You want to hear that Joyce sent me. It's not true.
You want to hear that Nicole's perspective is responsible for all of your problems and she's not. Okay, that's what you want to hear.
Okay, so how many?
Sorry, I have to interrupt again. That part about Joy sending people to a platform and so on and so forth, it's triggered by people who have people that they send places. So they believe that because they do it, everyone does it. And they also believe that because everyone does that, someone's acceptable to doing the same thing. In terms of they're going to be that gullible and go and on demand and do what the other person asked them to do. The thing is crazy around here. If you got people sending you out to do things, be your own person.
Okay, so if you feel that way, Unspoken, seeing
That's
that
the way it is. You want to
clearly
put this
don't know
all
what you're
on
talking
Nicole's
about.
perspective,
You
and
clearly
it's
don't
not
know.
about Nicole's
Hey,
perspective. She
hey,
don't
let me
know
tell you
you,
something,
woman.
Unspoken. Let me
She
tell you
don't
something,
know
Unspoken.
you.
Okay, well, whatever. Let me tell you something, Unspoken. I could
Tell
have
me.
dragged that whole demonstration out, but did not.
What
'Cause I already knew what I was
demonstration?
dealing with. That's
What
why I believe.
demonstration?
That's why I believe that you are amongst the cemetery.
The demonstration is the stealing, is using the TM in the first place to bring it to her attention. But only she could tell you.
That's what you believe, but that's not the facts. And you can believe what you want to believe.
You
but
were
it's
calling the
delusional.
broad with no trademark,
It's
all type of broad.
delusional
Hold on,
thinking.
hold on. Let's talk about you for a second. You made videos insinuating that someone sent her after y'all.
Now notice, this is the evidence of someone who did some due diligence about what was going on in the community. So this is not just sitting up here and coming to assuming that she know. Karen has now been able to, or by the time we went to this video, been able to see some videos and watch some actions of this Unspoken Purpose account. And now we see what the Unspoken Purpose account was up to.
Now you
Exactly. And
now
she
y'all
verified
BFF. That's
it.
cemetery behavior, Unspoken.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I know.
Wait a second.
Yeah, I know.
Somebody sent her after y'all.
She said that she was doing commentary on well, it's all in. I'm not even gonna bring that
All
up
right.
over here because I'm not trying to
No.
pull y'all
Okay.
into that stuff.
Okay.
But she did provide evidence and proof that she was asked to do, basically asked to do commentary on two content creators. And
So who asked her to come outside now in 2025 and do some stuff on some other people as recent as yesterday? Who sent the trademark account to come after people, the Nicole's perspective, to come after people now in 2025? Are y'all still running the same plays that y'all did today from yesterday? Is this a repeat of that? Is this what you do when you get upset with the people that were around you and separated from you and are moving on? You go back and find some old stuff and try to bring up that old stuff and make it current? Is that what you're doing right now? I'm asking for the people that don't got the background in that storyline, but are seeing the repetition.
the sector.
It's one of your videos?
Yeah.
It's one of hers.
Okay.
She provided messages and stuff, proving that she was sent our information, photos of myself and another content creator.
Monica.
Yes, ma'am.
Why do you think they're so bent on trying to get me to say someone sent me to the bar with no trademark?
I didn't
want
get
the
you to
answer?
say that.
Hold on, I'm not talking to you, Unspoken. I'm talking to Monica, and I put a name on it. I'm not. You can go over to your platform and do what you do. It's all well. I don't care about that. But right now, at this moment, I'm speaking to Monica, someone I support.
Why do you think they want go back to the question?
Why do you think that they're so bent on me trying to say that Joy sent me? This was their play. That's why.
Whose play?
Whoever there refers to.
Right. They is ours, like me
Whoever.
and Nicole and In our sector or
Hey.
the J4K sector?
Hey, whoever they is, whoever it applies to.
So will there be a day that we can find out
I
whoever it
don't
is?
see you got to understand something unspoken. I don't care. That's y'all people. So y'all can have her, right? I made her famous and you can take her. I don't care about her. When I approach your chat, right? Channel, whatever it's called, and I'm still being disrespected, and I'm not even being disrespectful. And you want to ask me after you got me on here, somebody you looking to talk to, right? And you ask me, do I want to eat your twat?
Ooh.
How dare you? Yeah, because in the wee hours this morning, I pulls up in her camp. She eliminate everybody from the panel, and it's just me and her. I want her to myself. I want her by myself. And then when you get me by yourself, what's your question to Kay? You want to eat my monkey? Like, who are you talking to? I don't waste my time like that. Karen's perspective is a hold on a minute, unspoken. Karen's perspective is a brand. Talking to, I don't waste my time like that. Karen's perspective is a hold on a minute, unspoken. Karen's perspective is a brand. Waste my time like that. Karen's perspective is a hold on a minute, unspoken. Karen's perspective is a brand.
Emphasis added by me.
And Nicole's perspective.
Okay, you can say whatever you think. That's what you think. She's confused over there. She need y'all help.
No, she doesn't.
Okay, well, hey.
That girl is formidable by herself.
Hey,
just
good.
Like you are,
hey,
just
I tell
like
you
I
one
am,
thing.
just like anybody
Hey,
is.
check it out, unspoken. I tell you one thing. She sure came out here and blossomed when Kay pulled up. She doing better than the people that's been here for 5+ years.
Because it's her destiny. Because
I would have to agree with Karen. If when Karen went to go peep her, she only had 2 people in the room. And then the day after Karen showed up, I'm going to say the cemetery, the community went over there to watch her, right? She began to then have conversations with the community. Now, this is 2 years removed. Some will say that the community was already there having conversations with her. But it all depends on how you see it.
And that's cool. That's what you
because it don't have nothing to do with what man wants for her. It has everything to do with what the creator wants for her. Can't no man govern your growth and stuff like that. Come on now. And
so
if you
tell me
getting
how
less
this
numbers,
makes sense,
if you
unspoken.
getting less numbers than what she getting, how are you the captain of what she's doing? How's
Here come the number chasers now. This is to degrade you. If she gets more numbers than you, right? But you missing the first number was 2 on the day Karen went over there.
what she's doing guided by your commentary and your platform.
Basically,
if she's getting better numbers than you,
that's fine. I'm not worried about see, you gotta understand something, baby. I'm made.
You're not making sense though.
YouTube. Hey, look, let me tell you something unspoken. I'm made in real time. You hear me? Not YouTube. I don't survive off of YouTube.
But then why are you saying that
y'all gotta live on
because
here?
of you?
Listen, unspoken, y'all have to live on here, not Kay.
Okay, then so what are you saying that she grew off of you? It's not about you, it's about her. Her voice, her platform.
Then if you don't see it, it's all well.
Because it's non-existent, ma'am. It's non-existent. What you're saying is not factual.
Okay.
That woman didn't grow her platform.
You know what was funny? You know what's funny, unspoken, is how everybody tried to act like I was really bothered by her putting perspective.
You are clearly bothered by her.
Can I finish my statement? Okay, if I'm bothered, that's what you say. But it's all well. Look, check this out. Y'all wanted to say that I was bothered because she put this perspective and this TM on her demonstration, right? Now tell me, why is she bothered that we will put wee hours in our titles?
That's a crickets moment. I'm just saying.
You got all her answers. Go ahead and speak for her. Yeah, I know. Well,
Earpiece went out for a
ain't
second.
nothing wrong with my connection. I'm
No, I
genuine.
said my earpiece because I'm
Okay,
up-
so if you guys wanted to put out here a narrative, right? And maybe you're not included in that, but let's just say they put out a narrative. Oh, KK, she just in her feelings because she put perspective in the TM on her name and blah blah blah, right? Okay, cool. So why is she bothered that we put wee hours in our titles?
because I don't know. You have to ask her that. I
Of
can't
course,
speak for
but
Nicole's
you was
perspective.
a spokesperson just a minute ago.
Because I'm saying that you got to be delusional about saying that it's about
I gotta be
growing her
delusional now.
channel.
You would never.
Because you're not helping her channel grow. It ain't got nothing to do with you.
Okay. Well, she sure went from 2 people in a podcast to whatever number she got now. So
And it don't have nothing to do with you because it ain't
Okay,
none of the people in
okay.
her chat.
Okay, well, it was dumb glib with the fake fronts that came up. Oh, I went over there and subscribed. So how you think she got those subscribers again, ma'am?
She
So
didn't
wait
get
a
them from
second.
you.
Okay. All right.
Can we just explore that for a moment about how somebody got to their push point? So if I was to go by that construct that Karen didn't contribute to her getting to 1,000 and getting over the hump, maybe I should be looking at I didn't contribute to Trey getting to 1,000 and getting over the hump.
The reason I say that Karen didn't contribute to Nicole's Perspectives platform being where it is because Nicole's Perspective doesn't make her entire channel about KK. That's not what her comment.
But no one was talking about who made a channel entirely about someone. We're talking about how it went from point A to point B in that period of time. What got it from point A to point B? And at that moment, it was Karen. It's okay where you end up at, but the conversation is focused on she had 2 people in the chat, and after Karen's appearance, certain people made public service announcements that they had joined the channel. So one can prominently say they contributed to her growth.
Commentary is about, or none of us would be over there watching her. She's talking about a whole nother sector. And the reason that she was even, and
it's amazing. She's going to admit that the commentary is about talking about a whole nother sector, which is, again, a bunch of toxic stuff that leads to where we are at with the Vegas shooting.
You can even tell when Nicole's Perspective went on to a panel in the J4K sector, they had to educate her. Even Gears had to come to Too Strong's panel and educate us about KK and what's going on in the sector. We've been getting our education about what's going on from the people in the sector,
Hey,
like you,
okay,
like
so,
KK, like Gears, like
Monica, this is stupid to me.
like
This
Sexy
stupid.
One. Like,
it sounds so stupid. That's what you sound like right about now. Troll gears. You talking about my fucking ops that don't hold no weight.
He's
they
not
could
my
never,
ops.
Hold on
I
a minute. They
fuck
could
with
never, hold on a second. They could never educate you on a bitch like Kay. You hear me? They could never. So you ain't getting no education.
Well, he basically told me what was going to happen today was going to happen. He basically ran everything that's happening.
This is some of the most outlandish stuff I've ever heard. But let's listen to the predictive programming that she's about to introduce us to, that she knew prior to getting on this platform, pretended this whole time not to be aware of it, only to now reveal that she was living under this prophecy. Let's go.
Down now.
Yeah, well, good for you. Good for you. And that's why I don't want to be bothered with none of you fucking airheads, because y'all are fucking airheads.
Was this the moment that Hyde was now provided with, hey, this is your turn to enter in the scene. Stage right, come in. I want to remind you that we've been going for at least 2 hours, 3 hours since I started playing this, right? And there's no Hyde in this discussion. And what she said, she came on this panel to talk to Hyde. She didn't ask about him before we got to this point. It's all been this type of discussion. Has nothing to do with Hyde.
If he don't know anything about you, he shows Swami that ass because he told me how you were going to react. He told me how things were going to go down. He prophesied this very day.
You're definitely throwed. But it's all
he prophesies everything that you're doing and saying.
I don't give a fuck what he prophesies. This is what happened when you stalk my motherfucking platform like you know me. And you bitches and niggas don't know me. Y'all know what the fuck I give y'all on FoodTube. That's it, that's all. And the shit that y'all doxed, that was confirmed. Like I had to lie about my fucking life, bitch. This ain't that.
Here?
I didn't dox you. I don't even know you.
I ain't talking about you. See, that's your problem. You don't listen.
But you said y'all and you talking
I'm talking about the motherfuckers you think you got some education from. What is you talking about?
Oh,
it's like, listen to me, Unspoken. That's like somebody going to get some intel about you from a op of yours. Do that make sense? You want us to listen to what somebody else got to say about you and believe them? Or do you want us to do our own fucking due diligence?
Well, I'm trying to do my due diligence right now. And
no, it's a no-go because I don't want shit to do with you. You don't understand that. I don't want you speaking on me. I don't want to speak on you. I don't want to think about you. I don't give a fuck about you. I need you to understand that. And I mean that with every fucking thing that I have right now. I don't give a fuck about you.
Okay, well, I love you with an agape love, the love of God.
Is that a prayer? Is that a prayer? Agape love. I love you with an agape love. Ugh. Lord, it just be those moments for me. Cleanse. Oh, I just need to be cleansed. All right, this is about to come to an end for this portion of the video, but I'm gonna let it come to the point so y'all could just get a preview where we going the next time around.
Let's move on from that. So you're getting very triggered right now, and I don't want you to get triggered.
Hello. I want to revisit the facts and opinions because you said something on your panel yesterday as if it was a fact. You said, I know for a fact Joy be over here trolling. She's a troll. So can you elaborate on how do you know these things? Or was that an opinion or was that a fact?
We're going right back there, Joy. I thought we had gotten to a peaceful. Okay.
I'm not trying to argue. I'm asking you, how do you know these things? That's what I'm doing. I'm asking. Okay, I guess she doesn't want to answer.
Y'all can hear me, man.
I'm just asking a question.
I'm saying that.
Now, I want y'all to hear this fake shit because I've determined it's fake. But I just want y'all to hear this fake shit, but it still doesn't align with the statement that she came up here to meet JJ. Because I want you to hear this initial exchange. I'm going to hold it. It'll be part of part 2. But let me just make sure y'all hear when the person's coming in.
Okay, I guess she doesn't want to answer.
Y'all can hear me, man.